ഹലോ.
नमस्कार। हौसलों के तरकश में कोशिशों का वह तीर जिंदा रखो। हार जाओ चाहे जिंदगी में, सब कुछ फिर से जीतने की उम्मीद जिंदा रखो। इसी के साथ नमस्कार। केरल केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय तथा शिक्षा संस्कृति और उत्थान न्यास के सम्मिलित प्रयास के अंतर्गत नई शिक्षा नीति 2020 कार्यान्वयन रणनीति आगे की राह विषय के द्वितीय दिवस के गोलमेज सम्मेलन में आप सभी माननीय महानुभावों का केरल केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय हार्दिक स्वागत करता है। नई शिक्षा नीति 2020 के महत्वपूर्ण बिंदुओं तथा उससे जुड़े भ्रामक तथ्यों से भली भांति अवगत कराने के साथ ही इससे संबंधित तमाम प्रश्नों व समस्याओं का निराकरण करना ही इस सम्मेलन का मुख्य उद्देश्य है। नई शिक्षा नीति 2020 भारत सरकार की विकासोन्मुखी एवं अति महत्वाकांक्षी नीति है, जो मूलतः शिक्षा, शिक्षण एवं मूल्यांकन प्रक्रिया को सुगम, सुग्राह्य, अधिक लचीला तथा चिंतन परक बनाने हेतु प्रतिबद्ध है। ऐसा विश्वास है कि जब महान दिमागों को एक साथ रखा जाता है तो सबसे मूल्यवान विचारों का मंथन किया जाएगा। विचार विमर्श के प्रलेखन से न केवल लेने वाले संस्थानों बल्कि देश भर के संस्थानों को लाभ होगा। इसे संभव बनाने के लिए केरल केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय देश में उच्च शिक्षा के दिग्गजों के नेतृत्व में गोलमेज सम्मेलन और विचार विमर्श का यह आयोजन कर रहा है। Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the two-day roundtable conference on strategizing NEP 2020 implementation, the way forward, organized by Central University of Kerala in association with Shiksha Sanskriti Utthan Nyas. Today, we will be having 4 sessions on NEP 2020. Session 1 on multidisciplinary and skill-oriented higher education.
This two-day roundtable conference, which hosts a conglomeration of leaders of higher education institutions from across the length and breadth of the country, is in many ways a pioneering one in the field of the National Education Policy 2020. We hope that the discussions and deliberations we have during these 2 days will show us the way toward the effective implementation of the proposed NEP 2020. The first session for today is the formal inaugural session of the two-day roundtable conference. Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Honorable Union Minister of State for Education, will formally inaugurate the two-day roundtable conference. To begin today's proceedings, I invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor H. Venkateshwarlu, and Dean Academic, Professor Amrit G. Kumar, and Dr. N. Santosh Kumar, Registrar of Central University of Kerala, to the dais. I now request all to rise for the university anthem.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes. Yes, we have already checked all the details. He's there. He's there. Welcome. Task initiation. Task
To begin today's proceedings, may I have the privilege to welcome Professor Amritji Kumar, Dean Academic, for the initiation. अमृत जी आपका स्वागत है.
Most respected Mantri ji, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Honorable Minister of State for Education, respected Vice Chancellor, Professor H. Venkateswarlu sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Kerala, Sri Adul Kotari ji, National Secretary, Shiksha Sanskriti Udhanyas, our Registrar, Santosh Kumar sir, Central University of Kerala, galaxy of Vice Chancellors and erudite scholars from across the country, my dear colleagues. In fact, it's a great day for Central University of Kerala. We are holding a national conclave of vice chancellors and erudite scholars about the strategization of the new national education policy. My responsibility is to give an upshot about the activities that we have carried out in our university. Central University of Kerala, after the formal announcement of the new national education policy, has immediately adopted the new national education policy as such in our executive council and academic council. This was the first step taken by the Central University of Kerala. Followed by that, we have held a series of discussions among our faculty members, among the deans, of course, by inviting people from across the country. We have held almost 4 such programs in our campus. Some of them were online, 2 of them were offline. And this is going to be our 5th program in that series. So all this process, we were trying to decipher and understand what new national education policy is speaking about the higher education system of the country. And followed by that, after discussion of almost more than 6 months, we got the courage of stepping into the implementational process of new national education policy, which started with adopting the new multiple entry exit policy regulations issued by the University Grants Commission. So we have adopted that particular guidelines of multiple entry and exit system in our university, which was approved by the academic council and executive council. With this particular adoption, our university has started offering multiple exit to the students, all the students of Central University of Kerala. Since this is the first year, we have not come across any issues regarding the entry, but exit is through in our university. So we have adopted that particular policy. Second initiative was about the revision of the CBCS regulation, with our understanding that without revising the policy documents of the university, we cannot really implement the new national education policy. Revising the CBCS regulation was the result of a series of discussion among the faculty members. Even our Vice Chancellor held all faculty members meetings several times, and as a result of it, we have decided to revise the CBCS regulation according to the new national education policy. As a result of it, we have made all the courses having minimum 80 credit has been stipulated by the new national education policy and the multiple entry exit system. So all the courses, PG courses in our Central University is minimum 80 credit. You can go up beyond that, but still minimum is 80 credits. Followed by that, another important suggestion of NEP was adopting or providing internship or apprenticeship opportunity for the postgraduate students and undergraduate students. Central University of Kerala has adopted it as a mandatory practice that all the courses, including the languages up to science and all the courses, all the programs, has adopted internship as a mandatory practice. Now, here onwards, complying to the NEP regulation, Central Universities of Kerala's all programs have internship and apprenticeship. Then we have introduced skill-based courses as mandatory courses in our program. So we have core courses, core electives, and then skill-based electives, so which students can adopt even from MOOC or maybe from other departments and other institutions. And then yet another one was introduction of the multidisciplinary courses. In addition to the introduction of multidisciplinary courses in every program, our Vice Chancellor has taken an initiative to start certain multidisciplinary programs as well, like MS Finance, and a set of new courses has been proposed and which are under the consideration of the new University Grants Commission. And then Academic Bank of Credit we have adopted. We are registering in Academic Bank of Credit, and then we are, I guess, almost in the path of implementing NEP in its full form. And I am so happy that our Honorable Vice Chancellor is taking a key initiative in implementing it. And I am more happier that the Honorable Minister of State for Education is a doctor, especially a gynecologist, specialized gynecologist, which is the need of the hour in the context of new higher education system of country, because we have conceived a new national education policy and the nation is carrying it now, which needs the special care of a gynecologist. I'm sure that under the care and careful treatment of our minister, nation will be able to deliver the new national education policy's implementation successfully, and we shall celebrate it. With this, I conclude. I wish all the success for the program. Thanks to my Vice Chancellor for organizing this particular program in a grand way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your clear thoughts on the topic. Now, may I welcome Professor H. Venkateshwarlu, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Kerala, to deliver the welcome address. Welcome, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Amrut. Honorable Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkarji, Sri Atul Kothariji, National Secretary, Shiksha Sanskriti Udanyas, Lakshmanji, ABRSM, National In Charge, our Registrar, Dr. Santosh, esteemed Vice Chancellors, educational leaders and thinkers, deans, HODs, faculty, and my dear students. I'm glad we could launch on. Our faculty has worked very hard and smart to make this great program to happen in Kerala. Thanks to all the Vice Chancellors, offline and online, who are participating across the country. I welcome you all to this very strategic two-day conference on Strategizing NEP 2020 implementation, the way forward. I'm very happy that the seeds are being sown for the implementation in the land of Kerala. Let us all give a big hand to the state of Kerala. We are having 6 important sessions on NEP, on when do we start, what do we start, how do we start, and what is the strategy. This two-day roundtable conference will identify the goals and identify the steps to successfully implement NEP 2020. NEP 2020 states that teachers should be the most respectful and essential member of the society. The education system must be so designed. The policy lays emphasis on cognitive capacities and also on social, ethical, emotional capacities. We have a great stalwart, maybe publicly less known, I'm not sure, Atulji, who dedicated his life to the service of the society for so many decades, who has been closely associated with the educational system of our country very active and interactive, philosophical and visionary, who says देश को बदलना है तो शिक्षा को बदलना होगा. I'll repeat, देश को बदलना है तो शिक्षा को बदलना होगा. समस्या का नहीं, समाधान का चर्चा करो. Don't look at the problems, always look at the answers. Please give him a big round of applause and welcome Atul Kothari ji for the 2-day roundtable conference. Manniya Mantri ji is present online. Thank you very much, sir, for being present. You have been very actively facilitating, supporting, and motivating all of us, and under your direction, the central universities and all educational institutions have been taking the lead to implement the NEP 2020, and I'm sure that we are on the way to implement. And then implementation is not for the implementation's sake, but implementation will result in a concrete benefit to the society, as we have been understanding right from the day 2, that is March 2nd, we began with an understanding of qualifications framework, and all our departments have set on the job of defining a learning outcome of every department. It's not just one course, so every department, what should be the learning outcome after a student graduates, postgraduates, and then adopts and attains a doctoral degree. So this will be our endeavor, and this is a God-sent opportunity. We are there, and I'm sure we will be able to achieve the targets set. I welcome all those present, Manniya Mantri ji once again, and all those on offline and online, particularly Shiksha Samskriti Nyas and ABRSM leaders who have been present since yesterday. And I welcome all representatives of media, faculty, deans, HODs, research scholars. Thank you very much. Hope this will do a grand job. Yesterday we started, and today we will be concluding with so many sessions. Thank you very much for being with us, all the faculty. Once again, I welcome you to the 2-day roundtable conference. Thank you very much.
वाकई में शिक्षा के बदलाव की आवश्यकता है और समाधान जरूरी है सर. थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू फॉर योर होल हार्टेड वेलकम.
We are privileged to have Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Honorable Union Minister of State for Education, to inaugurate the 2-day roundtable conference. I invite the delegates on the dais for lighting the lamp. I request Dr. Subhash Sarkar, to virtually join us on this auspicious occasion.
क्या अंधकार से डरना अब, आओ सूरज बन जाते हैं, धरती अंबर के तमसारे जिससे डर कर छट जाते हैं. एक नूर बहे रूहानी सा, रोशन ये आलम हो जाए, आओ मित्रों हम मिल करके इस झिलमिल दीप जलाते हैं. एक झिलमिल दीप जलाते हैं.
At the outset, I request Honorable Minister to kindly announce the formal inauguration of the Aravalli Center for Health and Medical Services at Central University of Kerala.
The Aravalli Center for Health and Medical Services today. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible?
Yes,
Should I
sir.
repeat once? Should I repeat
Yes,
once?
please repeat once more, sir.
Yes. I am happy to inaugurate the Aravalli Center for Health and Medical Services today.
Thank you, sir.
Am I audible properly?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are fortunate to have with
Inauguration
us
lines
today Dr.
was
Subhash
audible?
Sarkar. Sir.
I would like to know.
Yes, sir.
inauguration
Subhash sir,
lines.
yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
We are fortunate to have with us today Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Honorable Union Minister of State for Education. I, on behalf of the Central University of Kerala, welcome him to formally inaugurate the two-day roundtable conference on the National Education Policy 2020.
I would like to inaugurate the roundtable conference in Kerala University, Kerala Central University today.
धन्यवाद सर. डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी से अनुरोध है कि वे इनॉग्रल स्पीच के लिए आगे आएं.
Yes. एक बार चेक कर लीजिए please. Am I audible properly?
Yes, sir. Clearly audible.
I could not hear your words are not audible properly. That's why I am asking. Okay. Namaskar. Warm greetings to all. Professor H. Venkateswarlu, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Kerala, Professor Amrutji Kumar, Dean Academics, Dr. Atul Kothari, the National Secretary, Shiksha Sanskriti Uttan Nash, who is doing tremendous exercises on any implementation strategy and everything. Dr. N. Santosh Kumar, who is the Registrar of the Central University of Kerala. All the distinguished guests, esteemed academicians, professors, faculty members, staff, friends from the media, and my dear students, and all the friends, all the educationists who has joined online and through the YouTube channel also. I am very pleased to be present here today, address this gathering physically in Kerala. As you all are aware of the COVID-19 pandemic situation prevailing worldwide, it is relevant for us to meet virtually, and at the same time, I am very busy for the ministerial work. Even today afternoon, I have been given some responsibility to receive the students who are coming from Ukraine. I congratulate organizers for a two-day roundtable conference on strategizing NEP 2020 implementation, the way forward. I would like to extend my heartiest for the inauguration of the Aravalli Center of Health and Medical Services. This center will broaden the health facilities to the university community. I am so happy that it is from Kerala that the great Sri Narayana advised people to Vidya Kundu Prabuddha Ralkuvin, which means that be enlightened through being educated. I express my sincere appreciation to the Central University of Kerala for organizing a conference of this kind. I would like to start my speech with a sloka from Bidur Niti. Nischitva ya prakramate nantarvasyati karmana abandhadha kalo vashatva sa ve pandita uchyate, which means whose endeavors are preceded by a firm commitment, who does not take long rest before the task is accomplished, who does not waste time, and who had control over his or her mind is wise. My dear friends, the importance of education is to make life full of all virtues and to be successful and to attain Shat, Chit and Ananda. Education is what makes you wise. Education is the essential for the bright future of all of us. All levels of education have their special importance and place. Education works to develop the mind of the people in a big way, and at the same time it also helps in removing all the discrimination between the people in the society. It helps us to understand all human rights, social rights, as well as the duties and obligation towards the nation. This is our holistic education. This requires that learning should be rooted in the Indian ethos, and we must relate to our knowledge system. Let's talk about how education used to be in ancient times. My friends, as you know, that India has a long tradition of holistic and multidisciplinary learning. From the times of Takshashila and Nalanda, India has been the center of learning since ancient times. With the contribution of gurus and acharyas who helped students to evolve through inculcating human values, knowledge, and skills. The Gurukula provided opportunities for the all-round development of the students. Ancient India has contributed immensely to the world in the fields of astronomy, medical sciences, mathematics, yoga, fine arts, surgery, civil engineering, what not. Dear friends, a doctor, I would like to talk about the ancient medical system. The important treatises of Ayurveda, which are considered as wisdom embodied and highly revered as the authority among the Ayurvedic physicians, are Shusrata Shanghita, Charak Shanghita, and Vela Shanghita. All these great works are condensed in a book called Ashtanga Hridayam, which is considered a beginner's guide in Ayurveda. That is a Kayo Bala Graha Dvarang Shalladrastang Jara Vrishan Ashta Vangani Tashahu Chikitsha Yeshu Shankshita. In Ayurveda, there are 8 divisions. Mind it, 8 divisions. According to the patient treated and the kinds of treatment offered, which are Kaya Chikitsa, that is general medicine, Vala Chikitsa, that is Bala Chikitsa, that is pediatrics, Graha Chikitsa, that is psychiatry, the Urdhavanga Chikitsa, disease and treatment of ear, nose, throat, eyes and head, neck and above region. Shalla Chikitsa, that is a surgery. Damsa Chikitsa, that is a toxicology. Jara Chikitsa, that is the geriatrics. Vrusha Chikitsa, that is a aphrodisiac therapy. Sushruta Shanghita. See, this book, and there are so many other versions the volume is much more. Sushruta Sanghita is considered to be one of the most comprehensive textbook on ancient surgery. Yesterday, I had to inaugurate one ENT lab in West Bengal, Kolani AIMS. And for inauguration of that lab, I read on the ancient knowledge on ENT diseases. And I am astonished. At that time, every minor things were described. That the concept of eustachian tube, that is the connection between the middle ear and our nose, that was also mentioned. It means Sushruta Sanghita mentions various illness, plans, preparation and cures along with complex techniques of plastic surgery. The Sushruta Sanghita's most plastic surgery is the reconstruction of the nose, known also as rhinoplasty. Being a doctor myself, I can tell you how complex this surgery can be, but our ancestors had the proficiency to perform such procedure. There is a need to rebuild the education model where special attention should be given to the Indian knowledge system, and this should be taught to our students. I also know that yesterday from 4 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. you have discussed on the Indian knowledge system. And Indian knowledge system includes, starting from the today's, if we consider alphabetically, that is starting from astronomy. At every sphere, we have significant knowledge. If we consider the velocity of the light, at that time, our rishis told that the velocity of light was 1,85,016 miles. Nowadays, it has been told 1,86,000 miles per second. Nobody knows which one is actually correct. The difference is very little. Similarly, if we consider about the mechanical engineering, if we consider about the physics, if you consider on the chemistry, if you consider on the metallurgy, at everywhere we have the Indian knowledge system. Dear friends, within my short journey, I can tell that IIT Kharagpur, they have also developed an Indian knowledge system very well. I visited IIT Indore. They have also started a department of Indian knowledge system. And so far I have gathered that is what we had. Actually, 95% of the knowledge have become lost. We have only 5%. And amongst this 5%, we have read only 10%, only 10%. Then we have to go for that. We have to teach our students. But my one request to the teachers, to the vice chancellors, to the head of the departments, please don't, during the teaching of Indian knowledge system, that our Muni Rishis told these things without the modern tools. Never utter, please, my request, never utter this word without modern tools, because we do not know what the tools they used. Because there is something, if we consider about the value of pi, in the value of pi, they have described very nicely. Please add 100 with 4, it becomes 104. Multiply by 8, it becomes 832. Then add 62,000, that is 62,832. This 62,832 is the value of the circumference having a diameter 20. And this result, 62,832 divided by 20,000 is the value of pi. And the value which was determined in up to 31 decimal, that was also described by denominating the consonants, having some numerical value, and using that consonants, two mantras were described. That is on Lord Shiva and Lord Krishna. But mind it, who has told these values? Who has told these numbers to add, to multiply, and to divide? That is not by tapasya. Somebody has told through this year. No. My submission to all the learned persons that our Muni Rishis were scientists. They did the experiments one after another. They observed something, and from their observation, they came to an inference, and the inference was written in the form of sloka, which we are getting now. Education helps in spreading knowledge in society. This is perhaps the most noteworthy aspect of education. There is a quick propagation of knowledge in an educated society. Furthermore, there is a transfer of knowledge from one generation to another by education. My dear friends, higher education plays an extremely important role in promoting human as well as societal well-being and in developing India as envisioned in its constitution. In its constitution means a democratic, just, socially conscious, cultured, and human nation upholding liberty, equality, fraternity, and justice for all. Higher education significantly contributes towards sustainable livelihood and the economic development of the nation, built on the foundation pillars. Mind it, the foundation pillars of equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. The NEP 2020 is aligned to the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. I would like to share one of my experience few days back. That is on 22nd February. We did a conference of the Northeast Regional Central Institutes, which included the Central University, NIT, IIT, IIIT, and on the subject of NEP implementation. And I observed the almost all of the institutes have completed their National Education Policy Implementation Committee. And on that meeting, we have decided that every institute should form immediately the National Education Policy Implementation Committee, and some of them have shared, the committee members have been shared that on the different subjects. That is on the multidisciplinary educations, on the academic rank credit, multiple entry and exit in different ways. And sometimes they have also divided the short-term programs and the long-term programs. And I would also request you that please, within the committee, you remember on the foundation pillars, but because and every aspect, these foundation pillars, these 5 pillars to be kept in mind. There is access, equity, quality, affordability. These are to be maintained in every department. And I am also happy to know that in this roundtable conference, you have already divided in different topics, because today you have multidisciplinary and skill-oriented higher educations. You have a topic on that, multiple entry, multiple exit, and academic bank of credit. Definitely within the committee, some persons will get the responsibility of executing all this. Institutional restructuring and digitalization of the higher education, well planned. realizing the gap in the Indian education system and the need of achieving the goals of the agenda for sustainable development adopted in India in 2000, a new national education policy was conceived and announced. You know, everyone, dear friends, that long-awaited national education policy, that is NEP 2020, was drafted and launched under the able and dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. It aims at producing engaged, productive, and contributing citizens for building an equitable, inclusive, and plural society as envisaged by our Constitution. It aims at producing engaged, productive, and contributing citizens, and the NEP 2020 offers multidisciplinary and holistic education across the sciences, social sciences, humanities, and sports for a multidisciplinary world to ensure the utility and integrity of all knowledges. Higher education institution should aim to provide holistic and multidisciplinary learning for developing a student's expertise in literacy, numeracy, critical thinking, and problem-solving approach, but is also able to develop a student's persona by making him cultured as well as socially, ethically, and emotionally responsive towards society. Regarding the holistic education, this line is sufficient to explain, but I would like to explain more precisely. My dear educationists, my dear respected all the faculties, please, if we consider the holistic education is what? Yes, this is socially, ethically, and emotionally responsive towards society. If we explain it more easily, that a student which you have made, that means you have planted a plant, and that plant will become a bigger plant and which will give fruits. And that fruits will be given to his parents, to his villages, to his the native town, district, state, for the country. And if he is too big, he has the ability much more for the whole world, to the all the human beings of the world. His research, his innovation, that is the true holistic education. And for this true holistic education, we have to make an environment within the institution. And you can develop this environment within an institution. Yes, all the institutional heads, I will ask you that you think your institution is an example of the environment, the behavior between the teacher and students, in between students, in between teachers. There will be such an environment. And for creation of the environment, starting from our governments, our communications, our activities to our surrounding society, that is to be taken care. And by this way, we can develop true holistic education. Steps are being taken towards developing high quality higher education institutions, both public and private, that have a medium of instruction in Indian languages or bilingually. NEP 2020 facilitates the inclusion of transformative curricula that aim for the holistic development of learners, equipping them with the key 21st century skills, enhancing essential and critical thinking and placing greater focus on experiential learning, thereby providing a holistic approach to the learning process. Naturally, one department should also be established which will connect our students with the skills, with the entrepreneurs. Definitely, you will take care of that. Dear friends, as we have recently celebrated National Science Day, I would like to recall our Honorable Prime Minister's address in Man Ki Baat. Look, this is a fantastic thing. He said on the Science Day, I urge all the families to start with small efforts to develop a scientific temperament in their children. He further added, very simple. For example, poor vision. The senior members in the family, they use spectacles. After wearing glasses, vision improves with clarity. And for the children, we can give the lenses by which we can show the object more bigger. Children can easily be explained on the science behind it. It is not that one should restrict oneself to just looking at the glasses and enjoying. Similarly, the buoyancy test. We can put a iron ball and we can put a wooden ball. Dear friends, many such incidents happen in our day-to-day routine where science is imbibed. Also, I talk about other subjects such as maths or languages that can also be taught in innovative manner. This is what the vision of the National Education Policy is, to provide a resourceful, skillful, and innovative education to all. To conclude, I declare the inauguration of the Roundtable Conference of Vice Chancellor to strategize the implementation of NEP 2020, the way forward. I would like to utter one point on the Indian knowledge system. You will be astonished to see that in Indian knowledge system, there is a point. The role of ministers according to our ancient Indian knowledge system. If we consider the appointment of a minister, what was that slope? I am reading. Jata pado vijata swagraha krita shilpas chakshusman pragam dharashnur darsho vagmi pragalbha prati pattimano utsaho prabhava yukto klesha shaha shuchir mitra drida shakti shilo balaruggo yukto stambha chapalla parichita shampriyo vairanam kartab tama atma shampat. That means a native of the country of noble birth, easy to hold in check, trained in the arts, possessed of the eye of science, intelligent, preserving, dexterous, eloquent, bold, possessed of ready wit, energy and power, able to bear troubles, upright, friendly, firmly devoted, endowed with character, strength, health, and spirit, devoid of stiffness and fickleness, amiable, and not given to creating animosities. These are the excellence of a minister. दुनिया में ऐसा कोई definition है in the political science of any author? We can never find a definitions like this. Let the discussions throw light into the new vistas upon which the implementation shall be made smooth and effective. My special thanks and congratulations to all Vice Chancellors, former Vice Chancellors, Higher Education Council Vice Chancellor, and the other learned expert attending this program. The nation is eagerly listening to the deliberations that are going to happen at this conference. And I would like to share a quote by Pujya Swami Vivekananda ji. Never say no, never say I cannot, for you are infinite. All the power is within you. You can do anything. That means all the power is within us and we can do anything. Wishing you all great success. Thank you. Bharat Mata ki jai.
धन्यवाद सर। आपकी बातों से हमारा हौसला बुलंद हुआ है। इस हौसला अफजाई के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आगे बीज भाषण के लिए राष्ट्रीय सचिव शिक्षा संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास डॉक्टर अतुल कोठारी जी को आमंत्रित करती हूँ। नेक्स्ट आई इनवाइट आवर कीनोट स्पीकर नेशनल सेक्रेटरी शिक्षा संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास डॉक्टर अतुल कोठारी टू डिलीवर द कीनोट एड्रेस।
ये 2 दिवसीय राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस के आज फॉर्मल इनॉग्रेशन सेशन के चीफ गेस्ट स्टेट एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी, अपने सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर डॉक्टर एच वेंकटेश्वरलू, रजिस्ट्रार डॉक्टर एन संतोष कुमार, प्रोफेसर अमृत कुमार, सभी वाइस चांसलर, इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी सम्मानीय आचार्य बहनों, बंधुओं, प्रिय छात्र भाई और बहनों, सबसे पहले तो मैं यूनिवर्सिटी के सम्मानीय वाइस चांसलर और इस यूनिवर्सिटी के सभी फैकल्टीज का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और साधुवाद देता हूं। ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट विषय पर ये 2 days कॉन्क्लेव आयोजित किया गया है और मैंने सारे सब्जेक्ट का भी स्टडी किया, जो कल भी प्रेजेंटेशन हुआ है और कुछ आज भी प्रेजेंटेशन होने वाले हैं। ये बहुत ही की सब्जेक्ट है पॉलिसी के। वैसे ये नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 जो है उसका मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है, जिस पर काफी डिस्कशन कल भी हुआ है, अभी मिनिस्टर ने भी इस बारे में अपना व्यू रखा है। इसका हिंदी ड्राफ्ट है जो उसके पेज 8 पर एक पैराग्राफ है, 1 पैराग्राफ। तो एम ऑफ पॉलिसी वो पैराग्राफ है। वो जो 8 लाइन का 8 पेज पर पैराग्राफ है उसको मैं 1 लाइन में आपके सामने प्रेजेंट करता हूं। इस शिक्षा नीति का उद्देश्य ऐसे नागरिकों का निर्माण करना है जो विचार से, बौद्धिकता से और कार्य व्यवहार से भारतीय बने। इस शिक्षा नीति का उद्देश्य ऐसे नागरिकों का निर्माण करना है कि जो विचार से, बौद्धिकता से और कार्य व्यवहार से भारतीय बने। इसमें जो लास्ट पॉइंट्स है, वर्किंग सिस्टम, ये मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट है। हमारे यहाँ इंटेलेक्चुअल डिस्कशन तो बहुत हो जाता है, विचारों की बात तो बहुत हो जाती है, लेकिन जब प्रैक्टिकली इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की और पर्सनली वर्किंग सिस्टम की बात जब आती है तब बातें बदल जाती है। इसलिए शिक्षा नीति ने इस बारे में थ्रस्ट दिया है इस पॉलिसी में। सेकंड थिंग है कि इस पॉलिसी में कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव, इंटीग्रेटेड एंड होलिस्टिक अप्रोच है। वो सिलेबस के लेवल पर हो, करिकुलम के लेवल पर हो, पेडागोजी लेवल पर हो, या इवैल्यूएशन एग्जामिनेशन लेवल पर हो, या स्ट्रक्चरल चेंज की बात हो, स्कूल एजुकेशन हो, हायर एजुकेशन हो, सभी लेवल पर होलिस्टिक अप्रोच की बात कही गई है। और ये होलिस्टिक अप्रोच है, वही भारतीय अप्रोच है। अभी लास्ट 150 ईयर्स की हमारी एजुकेशन सिस्टम के कारण हम लोगों को हर विषय की पार्टली सोचने की आदत हो गई है। एनवायरमेंट सेपरेट सब्जेक्ट, वैल्यू एजुकेशन अदर सब्जेक्ट, योग एजुकेशन थर्ड सब्जेक्ट, फिजिकल एजुकेशन फोर्थ सब्जेक्ट, म्यूजिक 5 सब्जेक्ट। कितने सब्जेक्ट बच्चे स्टडी करेंगे? फिर हम कहते हैं कि कोई 1 या 2 सब्जेक्ट सिलेक्ट कर लो, तो फिर स्टूडेंट्स का होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट नहीं होता है। तो इस दृष्टि से सभी लेवल पर होलिस्टिक अप्रोच लाना, ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है हमारे सामने। और थर्ड है कि स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक पॉलिसी है। चाहे स्कूल लेवल के चेंजेस की बात हो, या हायर लेवल पर मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच, मल्टीपल एग्जिट एंट्री, रिसर्च, ये सब जो बातें हैं वो स्टूडेंट्स को बहुत सारा ऑटोनॉमी देता है। ये फर्स्ट टाइम ये पॉलिसी में हो रहा है। हमारे स्वतंत्र भारत की पॉलिसी में फर्स्ट टाइम ये इस प्रकार की बातें आ रही है। तो मेन चैलेंजेस है वो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का है और होलिस्टिक अप्रोच लाने की बात है। भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम को इनकलकेट करने की बात है और इन सब के बेस बनाकर एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव करिकुलम सिलेबस प्रिपेयर करने की बात है। क्योंकि मेन जो बेस है एजुकेशन का वो तो सिलेबस करिकुलम है। तो उसमें एक ही सब्जेक्ट में ये सारे जो सब्जेक्ट है इसको इनकलकेट करना, ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। जैसे हमने एक प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपेरिमेंट किया था 2012-13 में, पंजाब टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटी है ना, हमारा शिक्षा संस्थान न्यास मिलकर एक एनवायरनमेंट का सिलेबस प्रिपेयर किया इंजीनियरिंग के लिए। तो इसमें 4 पार्ट थे। फर्स्ट, कि नॉर्मली सभी सिटीजन के लिए जो एनवायरनमेंट का अवेयरनेस की बात है वो फर्स्ट है। सेकंड, स्पेसिफिक इंजीनियरिंग के छात्रों के लिए किस प्रकार का सिलेबस चाहिए। थर्ड, इंजीनियरिंग में भी अलग अलग सब्जेक्ट है, मैकेनिकल है, सिविल है, बहुत सारे सब्जेक्ट है। तो स्पेसिफिक सब्जेक्ट के लिए एनवायरनमेंट रिलेटेड बातें इसमें आनी चाहिए। थर्ड, और फोर्थ, लोकल नीड को ऐड करना। तो ये 4 टाइप चेंजेस किए, तब फिर वो एनवायरनमेंट का सिलेबस इंजीनियरिंग के लिए और सभी सब्जेक्ट के अनुसार सेपरेट सेपरेट होगा। सभी फैकल्टी के लिए कुछ कुछ चेंजेस होंगे। तो इस प्रकार का हर सिलेबस में होलिस्टिक अप्रोच से और नीड बेस्ड सिलेबस करिकुलम प्रिपेयर करना। पॉलिसी ने कहा है कि मल्टीपल एंट्री एग्जिट की बात कही है। आफ्टर 1 ईयर स्टूडेंट्स अगर पढ़ाई छोड़ देगा, स्टडी छोड़ेगा, तो सर्टिफिकेट देना वो तो इजी है बहुत, लेकिन वो स्टूडेंट्स अपने लेवल पर उनको कुछ जॉब मिलेगा क्या? वो एंटरप्रेन्योर बन सकता है क्या? इस प्रकार की उनको ट्रेनिंग एजुकेशन मिला है क्या 1 ईयर में? तो अभी तक हम 3 इयर्स के हिसाब से प्लान करते थे सिलेबस का। अभी 3 इयर्स के हिसाब से भी प्लान करना पड़ेगा और 1 ईयर, 2 ईयर, 3 इयर्स सेपरेटली भी करना पड़ेगा। तभी वो बच्चे को 1 ईयर के बाद वो ड्रॉप करेगा तो वो कुछ ना कुछ जॉब या अपना बिजनेस कर सकता है। तो इस प्रकार के जो चेंजेस है, ये इस पर बहुत सारी एक्सरसाइज हम लोगों ने, और वो एक्सरसाइज डिपार्टमेंट वाइज करनी पड़ेगी। मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा और मुझे जानकारी है कि यहाँ सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी में पॉलिसी इंप्लीमेंट के लिए एक टास्क फोर्स भी बना है। टास्क फोर्स यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पर टोटली यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल का जो चेंजेस करना है उसके लिए टास्क फोर्स काम करेगा, लेकिन एवरी डिपार्टमेंट में एक स्मॉल टास्क फोर्स बनना चाहिए। भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम एग्जाम्पल के लिए इनकलकेट करना है हमने सिलेबस में, तो भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम कोई एक सब्जेक्ट नहीं है। वो फिजिक्स में भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम क्या होगा, केमिस्ट्री में भारतीय सिस्टम नॉलेज सिस्टम क्या होगा, साइकोलॉजी में भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम कैसे इनकलकेट करेंगे, सभी सेपरेट है। तो इस प्रकार एवरी सब्जेक्ट और डिपार्टमेंट के अनुसार इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का एक प्लान हम लोगों को प्रिपेयर करने की आवश्यकता रहेगी। हो सकता है शायद इस यूनिवर्सिटी में हुआ भी हो। तो सारे डिपार्टमेंट का प्लान होगा, उसी का टोटल करेंगे तो यूनिवर्सिटी का प्लान बनेगा। तो इस दृष्टि से इसका एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल सेटअप इंप्लीमेंटेशन का, ये भी एक प्लान हमने किया ही होगा। कई यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर है। तो फर्स्ट है, जैसे ये 2 डेज ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग एक्सरसाइज हम कर रहे हैं, ये स्टार्टिंग है। और अभी एक 2 डेज में टोटलिटी पॉलिसी का हम डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं और इंप्लीमेंटेशन स्ट्रेटेजी पर। लेकिन सेपरेट सब्जेक्ट जो है इस पॉलिसी में, ऐसे सब्जेक्ट वाइज भी ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग एक्सरसाइज डिपार्टमेंट के द्वारा हो सकती है। इसलिए 2 प्रकार, एक डिपार्टमेंट वाइज प्लानिंग करना पड़ेगा और एक सब्जेक्ट वाइज प्लानिंग करना पड़ेगा। भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम एक टोटलिटी में सब्जेक्ट एक, लेकिन सेपरेटली सब्जेक्ट वाइज भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम को कैसे हम इंप्लीमेंट करेंगे, इसका भी प्लान साथ साथ हमको करना पड़ेगा। तो इस दृष्टि से सब्जेक्ट वाइज और डिपार्टमेंट वाइज दोनों प्लानिंग की आवश्यकता इसमें रहेगी। और उसी के लिए इसका बेस बनाने के लिए ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग एक्सरसाइज सब्जेक्ट के अनुसार करना पड़ेगा हम लोगों को। जो पॉलिसी के सब्जेक्ट है और हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी के सब्जेक्ट है, इस दोनों लेवल पर ये एक्सरसाइज करनी पड़ेगी। और जब हम एक्सरसाइज स्टार्ट करेंगे तो हमारे जो आचार्य है, प्रोफेसर है, वो इंटेलेक्चुअली बहुत स्ट्रांग है हमारे प्रोफेसर। जब पॉलिसी डिक्लेयर हुई आफ्टर 3-4 मंथ्स, एक ट्रिपल आईटी की प्रोफेसर हमारे फ्रेंड है, उसका मुझे फोन आया, प्लीज वो उन्होंने कहा कि क्या मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच, यानी हमको ट्रिपल आईटी आईआईटी में भी अभी कॉमर्स, साइंस, आर्ट्स फैकल्टी शुरू करनी पड़ेगी क्या? मैंने कहा ऐसा तो नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन मैंने कहा हम एक वेबिनार करते हैं इस पर। हम लोगों ने एक वेबिनार किया, 3 पर्सन का 20-20 मिनट का लेक्चर हुआ, और आफ्टर 1.5 आवर ये ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग हुआ ऑनलाइन। कई एनआईटी, आईआईटी के डायरेक्टर्स, प्रोफेसर सब लोग थे उसमें। तो जिस प्रोफेसर ने मुझे क्वेश्चन किया था, आफ्टर 6 मंथ्स उन्होंने स्टार्ट किया प्रिपरेशन, और मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच और मल्टीपल एग्जिट एंड की ये सब लोग बातें इंप्लीमेंट करेंगे तो फ्लेक्सिबल एकेडमिक प्रोग्राम उन्होंने प्रिपेयर किया। जो जिसने क्वेश्चन किया उन्होंने आंसर दिया, और ये पूरे कंट्री के लिए यूजफुल बुक्स हैं। मैंने आपका वाइस चांसलर को दिया है ये पुस्तक। तो मेरा कहने का ये है कि हमारा एक प्रोफेसर अगर इस पर डिटेल में अगर प्लान करेंगे तो हर प्रोफेसर इस प्रकार का डॉक्यूमेंट प्लान कर सकता है। इसलिए मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि हम सारे फैकल्टी प्रोफेसर जो है, हम कोई एक सब्जेक्ट डिसाइड करें पॉलिसी में से, जिस पर हम डिटेल रिगरसली कार्य करेंगे। तो हर प्रोफेसर इस प्रकार का डॉक्यूमेंट्स पब्लिश कर सकता है। लेकिन इसके बहुत स्मॉल थिंग है, मैं आप किसी को बुरा ना लगे, क्योंकि मेरा एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा नहीं है इस बारे में। मैं कई यूनिवर्सिटीज में जाता हूं, तो एक प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी बहुत अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, बहुत अच्छे प्रोफेसर, लर्नेड सब है वहां तक। तो बिफोर 4 मंथ्स हम गए थे वहां। तो इस प्रकार का एक 3 आवर्स का ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सेशन हुआ। लास्ट में मैंने पूछा, क्वेश्चन किया कि आप में से कितने प्रोफेसर्स ने टोटालिटी में पॉलिसी का स्टडी किया है। एक भी, नॉट ए सिंगल पर्सन जिन्होंने हाथ ऊपर किया नहीं। तो जब तक स्टडी नहीं करेंगे रिगरसली, तब तक इंप्लीमेंट कैसे होगा फिर? तो हमारी कंट्री में इसके लिए भी एक कैंपेन चलाना पड़ेगा कि सभी प्रोफेसर्स, फैकल्टी, इन्होंने स्टडी किया है डिटेल। क्योंकि किसी भी पॉलिसी में बहुत ब्रीफली सारी बातें लिखी होती है, उसको फिर आप स्टडी करके हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में, हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में इंप्लीमेंटेशन के लिए उसको एलोबरेट भी हम कर सकते हैं, विस्तारित कर सकते हैं। जैसे दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में वहां के सारे प्रिंसिपल्स का 2 वर्कशॉप हुआ हमारे साथ। तो वर्कशॉप में क्वेश्चन आंसर होता था, फर्स्ट लेक्चर, बाद में क्वेश्चन आंसर होता था। तो एक प्रिंसिपल ने मुझे क्वेश्चन किया कि इसमें बहुत सारे न्यू सब्जेक्ट इंट्रोड्यूस करने की बात इस पॉलिसी में कही गई है, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ जितने सब्जेक्ट है उतने फैकल्टी अभी नहीं है, तो हम कैसे करें ये? मैंने कहा बहुत अच्छा, गुड क्वेश्चन। लेकिन मैंने कहा इस पॉलिसी में क्लस्टर ऑफ स्कूल का कॉन्सेप्ट दिया है। तो पॉलिसी में क्लस्टर ऑफ स्कूल का कॉन्सेप्ट दिया है, तो इसका मीनिंग, तात्पर्य यह है कि हम स्कूल कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ क्लस्टर ऑफ कॉलेजेस भी एक्सपेरिमेंट कर सकते हैं। और स्लोली ये स्टार्ट हो गया दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी और थ्रू आउट कंट्री। 3 कॉलेज कंबाइंड होकर एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हैं, 2 कॉलेज कंबाइंड होकर एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हैं दिल्ली में भी। और नागपुर यूनिवर्सिटी और दिल्ली का हंसराज कॉलेज दोनों ने मिलकर भी 7 डेज का फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज किया। तो ये जो साझा कार्य करने की प्रवृत्ति है, उसको विकसित करना पड़ेगा। क्लस्टर ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी का कॉन्सेप्ट भी हम ला सकते हैं। जैसे केरल के सारी यूनिवर्सिटी है, उसमें से कोई 1, 2, 3 जो भी आपको योग्य लगे, ऐसा क्लस्टर बना सकते हैं जो नियर है भौगोलिक एरिया की दृष्टि से, और वो आपस में एक्सचेंज कर सकते हैं। एग्जाम्पल के लिए 10 कॉलेज का क्लस्टर बना, 7 कॉलेज में मैनेजमेंट प्रोफेसर है, 3 कॉलेज में नहीं है मैनेजमेंट प्रोफेसर। तो वो 3 कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट्स है, और नियर जो कॉलेज है वहां लेक्चर के लिए जा सकते हैं मैनेजमेंट सब्जेक्ट के लिए। अथवा उस कॉलेज के प्रोफेसर दूसरे कॉलेज में लेक्चर के लिए जा सकते हैं, या ऑनलाइन भी हो सकता है। तो इस प्रकार इस नीति में बहुत सारा स्कोप है, बहुत सारी ऑटोनॉमी दी है हमको। तो इस प्रकार के जब डिटेल स्टडी करेंगे, डिटेल थिंकिंग करेंगे, रिगरसली उसका स्टडी करेंगे, तो इस प्रकार के कई न्यू आइडिया हमारे माइंड में आएंगे और फिर हम उसको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का प्लान कर सकते हैं। एग्जाम्पल के लिए इस पॉलिसी में कहा कि अभी 27% जीआरई है हमारे हायर एजुकेशन में भारत का, तो उसको 50% तक ले जाना है। तो इसके लिए कुछ ब्यूरोक्रेट्स ने कहा कि इतने डबल यूनिवर्सिटी, डबल कॉलेजेस हमको प्लान करना पड़ेगा। तो इतना डबल प्लान करना नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल। लेकिन हमने सुझाव दिया कि हम कह रहे कि 200 यूनिवर्सिटी जो वर्ल्ड के है उसमें हमारा कोई सिंगल यूनिवर्सिटी हमारा नहीं है। ये एग्जाम्पल तो सब जगह रहता है, लेकिन वो 200 में भारत का यूनिवर्सिटी क्यों नहीं है, इसके रीजन में डिस्कशन नहीं होता है। इसके रीजन पर हमारे यहाँ 4-5 o'clock को यूनिवर्सिटी खाली हो जाता है, वहां 24 आवर्स यूनिवर्सिटी रन करता है। वहां का जो रिसर्च का कॉन्सेप्ट है, वहां का वर्किंग कल्चर है, तो हमारे कॉलेजेस और यूनिवर्सिटीज है, उसका जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है इसका मैक्सिमम 25-30% यूज होता है। अभी अगर 100% यूज की बात करेंगे तो 3 times हम जीआरई 50% से भी आगे ले जा सकते हैं। तो इस प्रकार के प्लानिंग, जिससे बहुत सारा फाइनेंस की भी इसमें जरूरत नहीं होगी। ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन को प्रमोट करने की बात इसमें कही है पॉलिसी में, और यूजीसी ने एक सर्कुलर भी वेबसाइट पर रखा था, सजेशंस मांगे थे पूरे कंट्री से। तो हमने सजेशन दिया कि 40% ऑनलाइन, 40% फिजिकल, नॉट ऑफलाइन, फिजिकल, और 20% प्रोजेक्ट वर्क एंड स्किल डेवलपमेंट, वोकेशनल एजुकेशन एक्सेट्रा। तो पॉलिसी भी इंप्लीमेंट हो जाएगा। इस कोरोना के संकट में फिजिकल डिस्टेंसिंग की बात है, वो भी हो जाएगी, और जीएआर बढ़ाने के लिए भी हमारे पॉसिबिलिटी बढ़ जाएगी उसमें। और जो इंटीरियर में है, खास करके गर्ल्स जो है इंटीरियर में, ट्राइबल एरिया है, पहाड़ी एरिया है, वहां से उसको स्टडी के लिए सिटी में नहीं भेजते हायर एजुकेशन के लिए। तो वो गर्ल्स भी ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन होगा तो अपने घर पर हाउस में बैठकर ही स्टडी कर सकेगी। तो इस प्रकार वन सजेशन का होलिस्टिक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव अगर हम थॉट करेंगे तो बहुत सारी बातें इंप्लीमेंट दिशा में हम कर सकते हैं। यही होलिस्टिक अप्रोच एवरी स्टेज पर हमने विचार करना है। तो इस पॉलिसी को फिर टोटलिटी में हम इंप्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं 1 ईयर में। इस पॉलिसी में तो 2025, 30, 35 तक का टेन्योर दिया है। तो इस प्रकार सब्जेक्ट वाइज हमने थिंकिंग करना है। प्रैक्टिकलिटी को बढ़ाने की बात कही गई है। अभी हायर एजुकेशन में मैक्सिमम 5% बच्चे अभी वोकेशनल एजुकेशन ले रहे हैं, वो साउथ कोरिया में 96% है। हम 5% ने 100% कर सकते हैं। वन सिंपल एग्जांपल, आज लास्ट डे है इस राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस का। हम सारे प्रोफेसर डिसाइड करें कि आफ्टर 1 month हम लोग एक हमारे सब्जेक्ट में प्रैक्टिकलिटी लाने का एक पेपर प्रिपेयर करेंगे और आफ्टर 1 मंथ फिर वर्कशॉप करेंगे। सभी प्रोफेसर अपना अपना प्रेजेंटेशन करेंगे। एग्जाम्पल के लिए कट्टीमणि जी ने प्रेजेंट किया, मैं सुन रहा हूं, तो 3 इश्यूज न्यू है इसमें, मेरे पेपर में नहीं है, मैं ऐड कर लूंगा। अमृत कुमार ने पेपर प्रेजेंट किया, 2 नए सब्जेक्ट इसमें है, मेरे पेपर में नहीं है, मैं ऐड कर लूंगा। तो पूरे 1 डे में शेयरिंग और केयरिंग दोनों होगा और सभी का पेपर फुल प्रूफ हो जाएगा और फिर इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का प्लान कर सकते। हमारी एंशिएंट एजुकेशन सिस्टम बहुत अच्छी थी, ऐसा जो हम कहते हैं। आज तो पूरी थियरी है हमारे यहाँ टोटालिटी में। वो एजुकेशन सिस्टम में पहले प्रैक्टिकल, फर्स्ट प्रैक्टिकल आफ्टर देन थियरी। तो जब पहले प्रैक्टिकल कराते हैं फिर थियरी अंडरस्टैंड करना बहुत इजी हो जाता है। तो ऐसे कोई यू टर्न चेंजेस भी हम कर सकते हैं इस पॉलिसी में। तो 100% वोकेशनल एजुकेशन हो जाएगा। वोकेशनल एजुकेशन और स्किल डेवलपमेंट दोनों सेपरेट सब्जेक्ट अभी हम कहते हैं, दोनों सेपरेट सब्जेक्ट नहीं है। वोकेशनल एजुकेशन ट्रेनिंग लेते हैं बच्चे, उसमें उनकी एक्सीलेंसी आ जाती है तो स्किल डेवलपमेंट हो गया। इसी प्रकार रिसर्च की बात है, रिसर्च में हम बहुत वीक है थ्रू वर्ल्ड में, ये हम सब जानते हैं। तो इसके लिए पॉलिसी में एनआरएफ की बात की है, वो तो है सब। लेकिन अभी हमारे यहाँ रिसर्च आफ्टर पीजी रिसर्च का थिंकिंग स्टार्ट होता है। और कुछ यूनिवर्सिटीज में तो जो उनके गाइड प्रोफेसर है वो सब्जेक्ट डिसाइड करते हैं, वो स्टूडेंट्स उस सब्जेक्ट में पीएचडी करता है, तो कट पेस्ट ही होता है फिर। तो क्या हम फर्स्ट ईयर से स्टूडेंट्स का रिसर्च का ओरिएंटेशन स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं क्या? एवरी मंथ 1 लेक्चर होगा उसके लिए। इस यूनिवर्सिटी में कितने स्टूडेंट्स है टोटल? 2500 स्टूडेंट्स है। तो इसका तात्पर्य मीनिंग ये नहीं कि 2500 स्टूडेंट्स रिसर्च करेंगे, पीएचडी करेंगे, लेकिन 2500 स्टूडेंट्स का रिसर्च माइंडसेट तैयार हो गया तो उसका एजुकेशन के पूरा विजन चेंज हो जाएगा। तो फर्स्ट रिसर्च में ये हम फर्स्ट ईयर से एक स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं क्या, रिसर्च ओरिएंटेशन? हम विचार कर रहे हैं कि इस पर एक सिलेबस प्रिपेयर किया जाए। सेकंड है कि हमारे यहाँ रिसर्च भी सिर्फ थियरी है। मैंने 400 पेज लिख दिए, वेंकटेश्वर जी हमारे गाइड है तो उन्होंने अप्रूवल दे दिया, वाइवा हो गया, मुझे डिग्री मिल गई। लेकिन मैंने प्रैक्टिकल कितना काम किया है उस सब्जेक्ट में, इसको एग्जामिन करते हैं क्या, उसका परीक्षण किया जाता है क्या? तो 50% प्रैक्टिकल एंड 50% थियरी, ये कॉन्सेप्ट हम रिसर्च के लेवल पर ला सकते हैं क्या? और थर्ड, इस पॉलिसी में भी कहा है कि मदर लैंग्वेज में रिसर्च करने की परमिशन देना है स्टूडेंट्स को। एनआरएफ में सेपरेटली इसके लिए फंड भी एलोकेशन किया जाएगा। थ्रू आउट वर्ल्ड में रिसर्च तो ये कहता है कि क्रिएटिविटी, इनोवेशन, रिसर्च ये मदर लैंग्वेज में, मातृभाषा में ही हो सकता है। हम उल्टी दिशा में जा रहे हैं, रिसर्च यानी इंग्लिश। किसी भी लैंग्वेज में यहाँ के स्टूडेंट्स को इंग्लिश में कहो या हिंदी में कहो या कन्नड़ा में रिसर्च कहो तो ओरिजिनल रिसर्च नहीं होगा। तो 3 चेंजेस हम रिसर्च लेवल पर ला सकते हैं क्या? फर्स्ट यानी फर्स्ट ईयर से ओरिएंटेशन स्टूडेंट्स का प्रारंभ स्टार्ट करना, 50% एग्जाम्पल के लिए 40-60 भी कर सकते हैं, 60-40 भी कर सकते हैं। तो प्रैक्टिकल और थियरी का कॉम्बिनेशन होना, और थर्ड मदर लैंग्वेज में रिसर्च के लिए परमिशन भी देना और उसको प्रोत्साहित भी करना स्टूडेंट्स को। तो इस प्रकार के एक्सपेरिमेंट करने की इस पॉलिसी में हमको परमिशन दी है। तो इस प्रकार के हर सब्जेक्ट में इस प्रकार का ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करने की आवश्यकता है और इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का पूरा एक प्लान, एक विजन डॉक्यूमेंट हर डिपार्टमेंट का और हर सब्जेक्ट के अनुसार होना चाहिए, जो पॉलिसी के सब्जेक्ट है वो। मातृभाषा में शिक्षा, मदर लैंग्वेज में एजुकेशन, बायलिंगुअलिज्म लाना यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पर, तो इन सब का एक टाइम टेबल हम लोगों को बनाना पड़ेगा। और टाइम टेबल बनाते समय जो एजुकेशन का अप्रोच है वही अप्रोच यहां लाएगी कि इजी जो है वहां से स्टार्ट करना और फिर ग्रेजुअली आगे जाना। तो पूरी पॉलिसी 1 ईयर में इंप्लीमेंट पॉसिबल नहीं है। तो पहले जो जो इजी सब्जेक्ट है हम इजीली इंप्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में, हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी में, इस प्रकार का ग्रेजुअली प्लान करना, और धीरे धीरे विजन क्लियर होता जाएगा, फिर हार्ड सब्जेक्ट लगता है वो भी इजी हो जाएगा। तो स्टेप बाय स्टेप प्लानिंग हर सब डिपार्टमेंट का और पॉलिसी के सब्जेक्ट का, इसका एक विजन पेपर हर सब्जेक्ट के अनुसार और हर फैकल्टी के अनुसार होना चाहिए, और टोटालिटी में फिर यूनिवर्सिटी का हो जाएगा। तो 2 वे प्रोसेस होनी चाहिए, यूनिवर्सिटी से डिपार्टमेंट, डिपार्टमेंट से यूनिवर्सिटी, इस प्रकार। तो इस प्रकार के प्लानिंग करने से बहुत अच्छी तरह से इंप्लीमेंटेशन हम कर सकते हैं। और इसके लिए कई प्रकार की एक्सरसाइज है, कुछ यूनिवर्सिटी में, कुछ कॉलेज में, जैसे मैंने एग्जांपल भी दिया कि कई बार पॉलिसी रीड करने से भी पूरा समझ नहीं आता है। तो सब्जेक्ट के अनुसार 7 डेज, 8 डेज, 15 डेज ये फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज कर सकते हैं हम लोग। तो एवरी सब्जेक्ट के एक्सपर्ट इसमें आकर अपना सब्जेक्ट प्रेजेंट करेंगे, फिर क्वेश्चन आंसर होगा। तो इस प्रकार के एक्सपेरिमेंट से पूरा विजन क्लियर हो जाएगा हम लोगों का। तो इस प्रकार फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम का भी एक प्लानिंग पहले हुआ है तो अच्छा है, नहीं तो हम कर सकते हैं। स्टूडेंट्स का पार्टिसिपेशन भी मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो स्टूडेंट्स के लिए कुछ एक्टिविटीज, दिल्ली के श्यामलाल कॉलेज में उन्होंने एक सेमिनार, 3 डेज सेमिनार किया था स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, और कुछ असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर इस लेवल के फैकल्टी के लिए। तो उसमें बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स ने ऑनलाइन और फिजिकली ब्लेंडेड मोड में था, पॉलिसी के अलग अलग सब्जेक्ट पर पेपर प्रेजेंट किए। जब पेपर प्रेजेंट करना है किसी को भी तो डिटेल स्टडी तो करना ही पड़ेगा। स्टूडेंट्स के लिए ऑब्जेक्टिव टाइप क्वेश्चन जैसे जनरल नॉलेज टेस्ट करते हैं, उस प्रकार का पॉलिसी पर जनरल नॉलेज टेस्ट भी कर सकते हैं। कुछ राइटअप के लिए कंपटीशन कर सकते हैं, लेखन प्रतियोगिता जिसको हिंदी में हम कहते हैं। तो इस प्रकार की कई प्रकार की एक्टिविटीज स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, टीचर्स के लिए, ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जिससे सभी स्टूडेंट्स, टीचर और लास्ट है पेरेंट्स, पेरेंट्स का भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है इसमें। तो पेरेंट्स के लिए भी कुछ स्मॉल एक्सरसाइजेस, 1 आवर 2 आवर के प्रोग्राम्स। तो बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स ऐसे कुछ हमको मिल जाएंगे कि जिसका यूनिवर्सिटी के रन करने में कुछ ना कुछ उसका सहयोग मिल जाएगा हम लोगों को, क्योंकि इस पॉलिसी ने इसके लिए परमिशन दिया है। ट्राइबल एरिया के 1 स्कूल एमपी में उन्होंने एक्सपेरिमेंट किया कि वहां की जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट की बात है ना, तो वहां के ट्राइबल लोग गुड़िया बनाते हैं, डॉल। तो वो सर, लेकिन उनको 150-200 रुपये मैक्सिमम मिलते थे वो। तो स्कूल ने वो प्रोजेक्ट एडॉप्ट किया, और स्कूल में जो ट्राइबल स्टूडेंट्स या जो भी स्टूडेंट्स है जिसको डॉल बनाने के लिए ट्रेनिंग चाहिए, उनको स्टार्ट किया। और ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए कौन आ रहे हैं? जिसको हम अनपढ़ लोग कहते हैं, वो ट्राइबल एरिया के सीनियर लोग जो ये डॉल के एक्सपर्टाइज है, उनको इनवाइट किया और उनको पेमेंट भी किया स्कूल ने, और उनका सम्मान भी हुआ। फिर ऑनलाइन बिजनेस शुरू किया स्कूल ने, और 150-200 में जो सेल होता था डॉल, वो अभी 1500-2000 में सेल होने लगा। तो इस प्रकार के एक्सपेरिमेंट का इस पॉलिसी ने परमिशन दिया है, प्रावधान किए हैं। बहुत डिटेल विषय है, टाइमिंग के दृष्टि से अभी मैं आगे नहीं कहूंगा, लेकिन हर सब्जेक्ट पर ऐसा डिटेल ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग आवश्यक है। स्किल डेवलपमेंट को कैसे एक्सपांड कर सकते हैं हम? सिर्फ स्किल डेवलपमेंट के सेंटर से जो एक सिलेबस है, सब्जेक्ट है, उसी में नहीं होना है। स्किल लोकल नीड को ऐड करना है, लोकल एग्रीकल्चर की नीड, लोकल बिजनेस की नीड, लोकल कल्चर एंड आर्ट्स की नीड। तो इस प्रकार हर सब्जेक्ट में, इसलिए मैंने कहा कि सब्जेक्ट वाइज एक्सरसाइज हम लोगों ने और डिटेल करना है, यूजफुल होगा। तो इस प्रकार जो पॉलिसी का इंप्लीमेंटेशन का इतना स्मूथ प्लान बन जाएगा कि किसी को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा, नहीं हार्ड लगेगा। स्लोली स्मूथली इंप्लीमेंटेशन की सिस्टम में आगे बढ़ते जाएंगे हम, क्योंकि हमारे देश में सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज, प्रॉब्लम यह है कि इंप्लीमेंटेशन। ये थर्ड पॉलिसी आई, पहले 68 में आई थी, सेकंड 86 में आई थी। कहीं हमारे एजुकेशन में चेंज के लिए कमीशन बने। 48 में राधाकृष्ण कमीशन बना, 52 में मुदलियार कमीशन बना, 64 में कोठारी कमीशन बना। कई अच्छे सजेशंस दिए, गुड सजेशंस, बट इंप्लीमेंट नहीं हुआ। तो इस तरह से इस पॉलिसी के इंप्लीमेंटेशन से एजुकेशन में बहुत बड़ा चेंज आएगा। जो हम बहुत 150 और 175 ईयर्स से हमारा इच्छा है कि इस पॉलिसी में चेंज होना चाहिए, तो इस प्रकार का चेंज आएगा। मेरे इंट्रोडक्शन में हमारे वाइस चांसलर माननीय कुलपति जी ने कहा कि देश को बदलना है तो शिक्षा बदलो। इफ यू चेंज द कंट्री, चेंज द एजुकेशन सिस्टम। तो इस पॉलिसी से एजुकेशन सिस्टम चेंज होगा, और एजुकेशन सिस्टम चेंज होगा तो जैसा हम देश चाहते हैं, जैसा हम राष्ट्र चाहते हैं, जैसा हम नेशन चाहते हैं, जैसा हम सिटीजन चाहते हैं। हमारे एक्स प्रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर अब्दुल कलाम जी ने कहा था ना, समर्थ, शक्तिशाली, संपन्न भारत का निर्माण करना है। तो उसका रोड मैप तो थ्रू एजुकेशन ही जाता है। और लास्टली, इंप्लीमेंटेशन के सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का रोल है, सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूट का रोल है, यूजीसी, एआईसीटी एक्सेट्रा। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का रोल है, यूनिवर्सिटी का रोल है, कॉलेज का रोल है, स्कूल का रोल है। वो सभी लेवल पर सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट जो रोल है वो मेरा और आपका है, जो टीचिंग से जुड़े हुए हैं, जो एजुकेशन से सीधे जुड़े हुए हैं। इस दृष्टि से लास्ट एक रिक्वेस्ट है आप सबको कि 2 days राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस तो कंप्लीट हो जाएगा इवनिंग, आज इवनिंग नाइट में आप 20% इसके लिए दीजिए, थिंकिंग के लिए। और आप सोचिए, थिंकिंग करिए कि इस एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में व्हाट इज माय रोल, और नोटबुक में नोट डाउन करिए। अगर भारत के सभी आचार्य, भारत के सभी प्रोफेसर, फैकल्टी, टीचर्स इस प्रकार के थॉट क्रिएट होगा, तो इस पॉलिसी के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करने में कोई हमको रोक नहीं सकता है। इसी दिशा में हम सब मिलकर इस पॉलिसी के टोटल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की दिशा में हम अपने अपने रोल, अपनी अपनी भूमिका का निर्वाह करें, ऐसी आप सबसे प्रार्थना। मुझे इस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोग्राम में आप लोगों ने इनवाइट किया और मेरे विचार आपके सामने रखने के लिए मुझे अवसर भी दिया, इसलिए सम्माननीय वाइस चांसलर और इस यूनिवर्सिटी के परिवार के फैमिली, आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। नई शिक्षा नीति पर आपके शब्दों से हम लाभान्वित हुए हैं। आपके प्रयासों के लिए हम आभारी हैं सर। धन्यवाद।
Yeah, thank you very much, Atulji. I think the way forward, the way is shown very clearly. Like the very important takeaway is going from the teacher to the university. So the NEP implementation is in the hands of every single teacher, and teacher should set out the task, and I'm announcing the implementation plan of all the departments. Physics department, there is an implementation plan, probably by maximum April 30th. Already you are, I know, on the job of curriculum changing for the NEP 2020, orienting the curriculum to the NEP 2020, but along with curriculum, action plan, the strategy, and whatever the support that is there in our hands, in the university hands, administration hands, that will be extended, but let it begin from the teacher. I think that's what Atulji has been talking about, and I'm very happy that Kerala, Central University of Kerala, is the source where the action begins. Thank you very much, sir. And in fact, I would like to tell that we started this process about 8 months to 10 months back, and I discussed with none other than the Secretary, Ministry of Education. We developed a syllabus in about 1 month, integrating 4 departments. Thanks to mathematics, computers, economics, and commerce, we Christianed it. I discussed with Vineet Joshi ji in Delhi. I made a presentation in the ministry for about half an hour, and he was very impressed. That is, we are calling it as BS Financial Analytics, a 100% employment-oriented course. So that's what, I want all the schools to work on, integrate among the departments, within integration, within departmental, and then we will move on. And I'm sure we are about to achieve the purpose why the roundtable conference was initiated and is in the process. And I'm thankful to all the vice chancellors. I gracefully acknowledge, please give a big clap. We have Hyderabad Central University Vice Chancellor. Please stand, sir. Just our Professor DJ Rao present here, and Professor Krishnan was yesterday, he was here, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Abdul Salam ji, former Vice Chancellor Jairaj, am I right, sir? Jairaj from Calicut University, and Siddhagowda is there from Tumkur University, Vice Chancellor, and we have a very special guest, I should say, Kerala Health University Vice Chancellor, Professor Mohanan, to discuss on the professional education, because how do you implement NEP 2020 in a medical education setting? We expected Rajashree also to be here, but I think for some reasons she could not be, and I think many other vice chancellors to follow online. I am thankful to all the vice chancellors, those who are present offline and online, and all the entire, particularly my Special thanks go to all the faculty members who have been really working hard, and it is only the beginning, but you please continue to work towards the implementation, and thank you very much. Please go to the next point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
One second. Yeah, sir, we have a School of Cultural Studies. May I ask Dr. Ajit to come to the dais? We have a small inauguration, just 1 minute. So I request Atulji to Samskriti, probably you would like the word. That is so there is a small booklet kind of a thing Ajit is doing. So I request you to inaugurate that.
So in the presence of Honorable Minister of Education to Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Central University of Kerala is happy to present the newsletter Samskriti from the School of Cultural Studies. Thank you, dignitaries. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Venkateshwarlu sir, to felicitate our keynote speaker, Dr. Atul Kothari.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. N. Santosh Kumar, Registrar, Central University of Kerala, to propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, keynote speaker, Dr. Atul Kothari ji, National Secretary, Shiksha Sanskriti Udyanyas, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor H. Venkateshwarlu, all visionary Vice Chancellors, and other dignitaries of Shiksha Sanskriti Udyanyas, Agalada Bharatiya Shaikshik Mahasangh, ABRSM, respected deans, head of the departments, faculty, and other participants. Central University of Kerala is in the process of searching and making the way forward to arrive at the best strategies for NEP implementation. Visionaries who participated in the pre-inaugural session yesterday, they have opened a national highway of ideas and options for us. We were searching for a small road, but they are throwing open a national highway of ideas and options before us. I will just cite some examples. Breaking silos in research by Professor Venkataramana, statement of direction of research by Professor Venkateshwarlu, ease of doing research using ICT, and global supplier of skills by Professor Shidi Bhushan Das, VC, Jharkhand, and collaborative research on tribal community by Professor Kattimani, VC, Central Tribal University, Andhra Pradesh. Research for nation building and pedagogy and metrics for research by Professor K. Shivaprasad, President, ABRSM, Kerala. Mindset change for multidisciplinary research by Professor Subramania, VC, Mangalore University. Research on Indian martial arts by Dr. Sadish, ABRSM, Kerala. Decolonization of mind and higher education in mother tongue by Professor Kapil Kapoor. Scientific and cultural heritage and connection with family ecosystem by Professor Kanaka Sabhabati, Chairman ICSSR. Orientation towards culture and community development by Professor Krishnan, VC, Central University, Tamil Nadu. Indian knowledge systems by Sri Vinod, SSUN. So these are all part of, I was just citing some takeaway points I just noted. And these were all part of the roadmap leading us to our goal. Today, in this inaugural session, Subhash Sarkarji also stressed upon certain points regarding the cultural connect that we should have, our traditional knowledge and the cultural connect. You are speaking on that. And Adil Kothari ji showed us the way with more clarity, and he has gone into the minute details of implementation. He has taken to the depth factor, as yesterday Professor Shiva Prasad was telling us. Yesterday we went through the length and breadth of the problem, whereas today we went into the depth of the problem by Professor Adil Kothari ji giving us all minute details on implementation. I cannot cite all his points because every line was a takeaway point. And he showed us with more clarity, and only thing that we have to do is to go along this highway with following all the traffic rules. So I'll come back to my duty to propose the vote of thanks. Central University of Kerala places on record our sincere thanks to our Honorable Minister of State for Education, Subhash Sarkarji, for inaugurating this two-day conference and for inaugurating our medical center. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We would also like to thank Dr. Adil Kothari ji, National Secretary, Shiksha Sanskriti Udyanyas, for his inspiring speech and for his valuable presence at Central University of Kerala. Thank you, Adil Kothari. I'm also thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor for his dynamic and motivating leadership. I also thank Professor Amarji Kumar, Dean Academic, all other respected deans, head of the departments, faculty, all other participants who participated in this inaugural function. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now let us all rise for the national anthem. We have come to the end of formal inaugural function.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us move on to the first session of the second day of this roundtable conference on strategizing NEP 2020 implementation, the way forward. The topic under discussion will be multidisciplinary and skill-oriented higher education. For this, I would like to welcome Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, Hyderabad Central University, Professor Mohanan Kunamol, Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Health Sciences, Professor Venkat Ramana, Vice Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education, Professor Limbadri, Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education. I would also like to welcome Professor M.S. John, Dean, School of Global Studies, and Professor Vincent Matthew, Dean, School of Physical Sciences. I request all the delegates to come on to the dais and take their respective chairs. Yes, sir. I request all the delegates to come on to the dais and take their respective chairs. May I now welcome Professor M.S. John, Dean, School of Global Studies, to offer the welcome address.
Good morning to all. Professor B.G. Rao, the moderator of this session, all the other distinguished delegates and vice chancellors, as well as representatives of SSUN and my colleagues. It's the first business session that we have, and then we are going to discuss today a very important theme, multidisciplinarity and the incorporation of skill-based education. We know that knowledge, when it was generated, it was seen as constituting a whole. If you see the writings of Aristotle, Plato, or even look at the Indian knowledge system, it had this holistic tenor about it. Over the years, we thought that the expansion of knowledge, implies the fragmentation of disciplines, and we thought that this was progressive. And now we are actually facing a crisis in the sense that the world is going through a complex kind of situation. There are a lot of complexities. We have disasters, pandemics. So in order to address these complex issues, we have found that the fragmented approach to disciplinary, finding of solutions has been proven to be ineffective. So in many Western countries, they have moved in the direction of integrating many of these disciplines. So therefore, this task of interdisciplinary orientation in higher education, not just multidisciplinary. Multidisciplinary means you are juxtaposing different disciplines. Moving beyond that, becoming interdisciplinary, allowing methodologies, theories, and perspectives to interact among one another. That is very, very crucial. Ideally, we should move beyond interdisciplinarity to achieve even transdisciplinarity. Then only we will reach holistic kind of knowledge. Generally, when we think about interdisciplinarity as well as multidisciplinarity, the tendency is to offer more and more elective courses. I think we have to go beyond that. So this is one task that this session we will be discussing. Secondly, we also have to focus on skills, how we can incorporate skills, given the fact that we have brought in skill orientation very much into the higher education scenario now, instead of going for a separate skill qualifications framework. Of course, we already have one, but then that has been incorporated into the higher education framework now. So we talk about generally cognitive skills as well as manual skills. We have discipline-specific skills. In addition to that, IT-related and technical skills, and perhaps more importantly, soft skills. I'm sure that these things will be discussed in this session. My task is, without much ado, I would like to enter into my task, which is to welcome the distinguished delegates. First of all, I would like to welcome Professor B.G. Rao, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Hyderabad, who is moderating the session and giving the opening remarks. Professor Mahadevan Pillai has moved to another session, so he's not available. I also welcome Professor Mohan Kunumel, the Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Health Sciences. Welcome, sir. And I also welcome Professor Venkataramana, the Vice Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education. Welcome, sir. We also expect Professor Limbardi, the Chairman of Telangana State Council of Higher Education, to join us online. We're not very sure, but then we expect him to join us. Yes, join?
Sir is joined.
Okay, thank you, sir. I would like to welcome Professor Limbardi, Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education as well. I also welcome my colleague, Professor Vincent Matthew, who is the Dean of the School of Physical Sciences. Now, all our distinguished other vice chancellors and other distinguished invitees, including the representatives of the co-organizer of this event, the SSUN, and of course my dear colleagues to this second business session. I've also requested Professor Rao to spare some time for input from this august audience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to welcome Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, Hyderabad Central University, for their opening remarks.
Namaste to all of you. Hari Om Tat Sat. This is a very auspicious day. We are here to think about the nation and think about the nation through the window of education and research. So in this particular session that we have assembled for today, multidisciplinary and skill-oriented higher education, we are running short of time. We have to do multi-disciplines, but we do not have much time. We are in a hurry as a nation. So even in this session, we don't have too much time. We have started late and we have to wrap up on time. It is important to wrap up on time. So therefore, I would urge all my speakers on the dais to be brief and crisp, because at the end of the day, we need to have a dialogue, not just one-way traffic. So I want to leave a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes or maybe even 10 minutes if possible, so that there are some question answer sessions. So therefore, let us be brief and crisp, and let us make the point which are new and novel, not repeat the points. I will just briefly open up the system and I'll then hand over the mic to each of us, each of you in sequence. The boundary conditions are well set. These are multidisciplinary and skill-oriented higher education. So I will say in the beginning itself that multidisciplinary skill-oriented education has not even begun in the country. What we have done so far in the country is to set up universities, colleges, schools, institutes, national laboratories, all as individual pieces. For the last 75 years, we have been working within the boxes. And within the boxes, we have been training students and giving out degrees. And we have given very large number of degrees, but we have not generated skills. So much so, now we are in the country where we are full of degree holders. We are full of job seekers, but there are no jobs for them because they have not acquired the skills required for the jobs. We have a lot of job requirements, but we have no seekers for them because we have only degree holders. So all these things have happened within the units, within the boxes. We have not addressed this question of what does the country require? What kind of skills we require in this complex universe, in this complex world? This is the first time we are asking that question now properly. And NEP 2020 is a beginning of answering that question properly. The question and answer is only as good as it is implemented. If it is not implemented, the question is wasted. Obviously, the answer is wasted. So therefore, on this day, we have to think about the implementation. How to generate the skills via education and research. And after generating the skills, how do we park? How do we place our students, our products into different parts of the national needs? This is a very important question to ask, and all of us have to ask, not only the vice chancellors, the directors of the institutes, but also the faculty, the students, even the citizens have to ask. So let us ask this question properly and let us try to come up with a proper answer and we implement it properly. Okay, so when we think of skills, we also should realize that skills are not simply imparted in a classroom. The best kept secret in education is the real education happens outside the classroom. We only convey information in the classroom. We only inspire the students in the classroom. But eventually, the student has to go out of the classroom, think about what he or she has learned, question it, think about it, chintan, manan. All these things happen outside the classroom. So the real education actually happens outside the classroom, outside the institutes, outside the universities. This is the best kept secrets that none of us will tell our students. But it is very important that we tell our students that whatever information we give in the classrooms, please go with them and think about it. You have to educate yourself with the information that we have given to you. That is when Bill Gates will happen. Microsoft discoverers will happen. Bill Gates was a dropout in a college. But he's our best example in NEP 2020. A college dropout like Bill Gates is the best example for NEP 2020, the New Education Policy 2020. Because Bill Gates would not have been produced by an education system. Original thinking happens by one's own thinking, and education simply has to be imparted in a way where we train the minds. Somebody said education is what is left when everything about education is gone. So therefore, skills will come only when you give education for training the minds. Once you train the minds, the mind will train itself. The mind will acquire the necessary skills in whichever way possible. There are multiple ways are possible. Offline classes, online classes, asynchronous classes, interactions, all kinds of practical sessions, all kinds of things are possible. All types of tools are available now. It's for you to pick and choose and become skilled in whatever you like, not what your parents tell you, not what your teachers tell you. You have to ask yourself what is that you want in your life and what kind of skills you have to gain yourself from education institutions, from yourself. That is when NEP 2020 really begins. And therefore, in my opinion, NEP 2020 puts education out of the box. That I think is the best liberating experience. Therefore, I call it National Emancipation Policy, not education policy. I call it National Emancipation Policy because it really emancipates the mind. And if, as teachers, as vice chancellor, if you can trigger those minds, sitting in a classroom or under a tree, doesn't matter, wherever, then I think education happens. Then, of course, multiple entry exits, acquiring credits, certificates, diploma, these are the vehicles through which you say, I am this to the society. And then the society will say, of course, you have this piece of degree, but you also have so much skills. That is what will show up at the end of NEP 2020, not as a piece of degree. So two things in NEP 2020, then I'll give it to my colleagues. That education is actually liberated in NEP 2020. And in the process of liberation, all of you will become skilled in addition to become degree holders. You can be an artist, you can be a writer, a poet, a social scientist, maybe a physicist, a mathematician, an engineer, an architect, or a singer, artisan. All these are required for the society, and NEP 2020 emphasizes all these, not just the mainstream subjects. For the last 75 years, we have been only emphasizing the mainstream subjects. For the first time, we are now emphasizing even sports is a subject. If you are good at sports, take it. You will get a degree and diploma, no problem. But become good at that. So become good at whatever your mind likes, acquire the skills that are required with it. You will, of course, get a degree and you will have a deeply contentful life. So this is what NEP 2020 is all about, beyond the documents. And all of us have to implement it in a manner that we generate such liberated free minds. This is what I want to say in the beginning, and I will request my colleagues, all of them, to elaborate what they feel about this theme, emphasizing on the implementation part. Maybe each of you for about 3-4 minutes. Be crisp and focused. Do not repeat the points. And then towards the end, I'll come back and summarize. And I want to throw open to the audience whatever questions they have, because at the end of it, that's the future. We are less of a future, we are more of a past. So I will open up to them so that they can ask the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Professor Mohanan Kunumal, Vice Chancellor, Kerala University of Health Sciences, for delivering his talk.
Very good day to you all. Dr. Professor Venkateswarlu, the Vice Chancellor, and fellow Vice Chancellors, former Vice Chancellors, esteemed educationists. I'm extremely happy to be here. And let me at the outset congratulate the Central University of Kerala, as well as the Shiksha Sanskriti Udyan Nyas, for organizing this all-important conference. And the theme on which I'm supposed to talk is multidisciplinary and skill-oriented higher education. Probably the central theme of NEP is that, multidisciplinary. And also you have to be skillful. And being a Vice Chancellor of the Health University, I'll just show a picture of my health university. We have got 1 lakh students, 320 colleges, 150 courses, 17,000 faculty. And this it covers the entire state of Kerala. In the NEP declaration and in the documents, 2 things are avoided. 2 things are not there. One is health and other is law. It is not there. Why it is not there? Because it is parallelly happening. Not because NEP is not required for health or law, but it is parallelly happening. 2019, the National Medical Commission, which oversees the MBBS education, the medical education, has come out with a document. It is called competency-based medical education. So the medical education was there for several years. But then, what is the purpose of this medical education? Competency. After graduation, after taking MBBS, this person should be competent to see a patient. So that is skill. That is essentially has been incorporated. Now the Nursing Council has come out with a regulation. Ayurveda Council has come out with a regulation, and these regulations emphasize what NEP is saying. But here, when I say this, you have to think about what is happening in China and Ukraine, and our students are going there. They are taking degrees and coming back. And then, in order to include them in India's health stream, they are to write a foreign medical graduates examination. How many of them pass this examination? 14%, 15%. 15% passing is okay. 85% is failing. 85% of our young youth, brilliant men and women going to a foreign country and failing in this all-important examination. And what happens to them? You don't know. They may be practicing somewhere in the country, maybe, or they may be practicing something else, or they may be going certain countries where they don't need any recognized degrees like Jordan and some other countries, maybe. So this, and when you go deep into the situation, they are taught theory. They are taught theory. 200 students in a class, they are taught theory. They don't see even a single patient. No clinical training. You are taught swimming without a pond. And then after this training, you ask you to swim. Invariably, you will die. You will drown and die. So this is the most important thing of skilling in the education. And that is extremely important in every professional education. And also in MBBS, I'm just quoting MBBS as an example because I come that area. You have internship, 1 year compulsory internship where you see various kinds of patients, you see how the treatment is going on. It is compulsory. It is excellent. But then nursing students also had 1 year internship till recently. Then they realized that these nursing students have been exploited by many of the hospitals. They're not paying anything and they are working. And by the wisdom of the authorities, this internship was taken away. So there was a problem that these people were misused. But then you take away what was useful for them. And then what happened? You get a bunch of people who does not know how to look after the patient. And then in Kerala, the students studying in the government colleges demanded that they should be given internship. And now they are given internship. Now somebody appoints a person in a hospital, they ask, are you from government? Then we will select you because you have an internship. So that shows the importance of internship. That shows the importance of training. Now, I was told by Professor Salam that today morning only, somebody, a high level company wanted 50 qualified engineers. They called application, 5 lakh came. And after several tests, they could not get even 50 people. 5 lakh applicants. So what kind of education we are giving? So what kind of skilling we are giving? After an architecture degree, after a civil engineering degree, you ask him to construct a room. If they cannot construct a room, why should you have this degree? Why should you have this degree? And so when I see a medical student, after getting your convocation, yesterday I attended a convocation. After this convocation, if I come in front of you as a patient, will you be able to take care of me? If you cannot take care of me, the degree given by my university is useless. And another aspect, this is regarding skilling, and I don't want to elaborate because of the time limit. Now, skilling or multidisciplinary. Okay. Multidisciplinary, we have been practicing when we are trying to implement in our health university. Because an MBBS student, he will be a better doctor if he knows Malayalam literature. He will be a better doctor if he knows communication skill. So he will be more empathetic. And therefore, so related disciplines you will have to implement. Related disciplines, that is extremely important. And another very important thing is, as it has been said, we create several graduates and there are several jobs. There is a mismatch. They are not getting job, and this fellow is not getting, the jobs are not getting people. Why? Because you don't produce people who are required. And what do you produce? You produce generalists. This is the, to my assessment, the biggest problem in India is that you create generalists and you forget specialists and you give everything to the generalists. Indian administrative service is the reason. If everybody says that India, it's a steel frame, it keeps India strong, I say that this service, this system has destroyed the specialization in India. Today, an IAS person will be a secretary in shipping ministry, and next day he will be the secretary of the forestry, and after that he will go to the mining department. And whom he are controlling? The person who has taken naval architecture, and he is being controlled by a generalist who must have had a degree, maybe engineering, maybe literature, maybe some. Now a lot of MBBS people are also going. Now MBBS people going to IAS, many of my colleagues say they are not here or not there. They are like transgenders. They are not here or there. So anyway, that's take it as a joke. So this is the problem. And so what people think, I need a graduation degree, a post-graduation degree, and go to an IAS academy and get this IAS. And after that, in fact, there was a time when vice chancellors were IAS officers. Thankfully, UGC intervened and said that you should be a professor also. So at least now there are states where director of health services is an IAS man whose contact with health system is just as a patient only, not as a doctor, not as a nurse, not as a technician. So this generalist kind of thing has, I'm very bold to say that it has destroyed India's specialization. It has destroyed, and therefore all our students take a basic degree. For what? You'll get. So you take a degree. In my university, I have a pharmacy graduate, a Ayurveda graduate, a person who has got MPhil in linguistics doing the work of a clerk. Not that this job is bad, but then he is not trained to do the job of an assistant in the university. But he has got a degree which would have been useful somewhere else. So in most of the banks, you have got brilliant mind who have trained in several other disciplines. And therefore, why don't we have job-oriented, career-oriented qualifications? So you can have MA Malayalam. Simultaneously, you can learn banking also, so that you will be a good banker. And if you want to be a teacher, you will be a good teacher also. So this kind of approach is most important thing. So, so the whole thing has to be reframed, shattered, and this is a great initiative. What NEP is doing is an amazing initiative. India needs India's education, not what Macaulay thought. What Macaulay taught was correct for him. It's for him. He's very brilliant. He made people who can work for him. We must acknowledge that. Now he is not here, and they are not there. So let us make an education for us. This is what I want to say. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now welcome Professor Venkatramana, Vice Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education, to deliver his views.
Thank you, ma'am, and greetings to all the distinguished panelists, the president of the function of this session, Professor B.J. Rao Garu, distinguished vice chancellors, learned speakers, deans, etc., and all the students. I'll just take maximum 4 minutes because the president has laid the time. It is 11. I want to first start with what's going to be the higher education trends, and then take my part 2 will be what could be the skills for 2030 or 2050, because we have to think 40 years, 50 years ahead also. I was really impressed by the morning speakers, and Atulji has laid the roadmap for us, and along with the Honorable Minister. If you look at the higher education trends, nobody thought in the last 48 months that the entire higher education is going through a complete reorientation, redesign, rethinking, re-strategizing, whatever you call it. I have identified 4 higher education trends. The first trend we have seen is learning from anywhere. Today you see participants are from all over the country speaking, we are learning. So the first trend is going to be learning from everywhere. It could be hybrid, it could be anywhere, anytime learning. You can see the change. The library has come to the laptop. Nobody thought a student need not go to a library. No, today it is possible. The second one, replacing active lectures with active learning. Atulji made a very brilliant suggestion, 40 plus 40 plus 20. You know, when you look at NEP, I'm really amazed at the numbers. They say 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. Today I learned one more, 40 plus 20. Now this is going to be the mantra, 40 online, 40 and then 20 internship. So that will be active learning, hands-on. Third will be using formative assessment instead of high-stake exams. So we have all got used to this examination and then predictive result, predictive jobs, predictive careers. This will change. Because today, I find that typically many engineering companies like Google, Amazon, which are all in Hyderabad, they're asking me, graduates with a language, with a technical background, graduates with engineering, with a linguist, some other diverse subjects. The last one will be
we have to see that the digital skills are given to our students. Now we call this as the Uberization of higher education. This trend is called the Uberization of higher education. In fact, NEP talks about like a moving train. You can study at JNU, you can come to University of Hyderabad, go to Central University, Kerala, and this is going to be learn at your speed, learn it the way you want, and learn the way you want and how you want. And Professor Rao talked about out of box. I think that will be the need of the hour. Now I'll come to the second part and the final one. So when we talk about the multidisciplinary skills, we need to look at what the higher education institutions are doing around the world. Higher education institutions should come up with the courses to match with the future skills. OECD talks about it, the future of education and skills 2030. So if we can make a Bharat 2040, Bharat Vision 2050, I think, that will be a great commitment. And I again agree with you, sir. Any discussion without implementation, any discussion without documentation is no discussion. So maybe after 1 month, we will be glad to receive an invitation from one of the distinguished universities. So the skills the world over we are talking about is cognitive and metacognitive skills. All of you know about cognitive, simply language, numbers, reasoning, acquired knowledge. Verbal, non-verbal, higher order thinking skills. Second, metacognitive, learning to skills, the ability to recognize one's knowledge, attitudes, and values. Many times we get confused. Education is for 3: attitudes, knowledge, and skill. If you look at attitude, positive attitude wins everything. You have so many examples. People who are physically challenged can swim the Pacific Ocean. So positive mental attitude, a doctor like him will say, PMA can do wonders. So I think the second skills we need to teach, and these are very difficult, unless we put them in a setting, the social and emotional skills, which mean that patterns of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors enable people to develop themselves, cultivate the relationships at home, work, community, and more importantly, develop citizenship amongst the students. This whole problem of students' unrest, sometimes I keep saying that it's the faculty who are responsible. Because if we can control, guide, sometimes, try to engage, I think this will solve. The third skills which are required are practical and physical skills, which are usage of tools, techniques, etc. You may wonder, what are the techniques for a language student? You may wonder what are the techniques for a music teacher? But these are techniques like, improvising on the technique, increasing the reach through digital media, and then probably digital lessons for a faculty. Lastly, what is the roadmap? I want to lay down the roadmap because this is from a management strategy perspective. And my feeling is that tomorrow's academic programs will be a drastic change, sir. In fact, in 2008, at University of Hyderabad, I was fortunate to launch a medical MBA, medical health and healthcare management under the guidance of Dr. Abdul Kalam. And the program was meant to help doctors because doctors cannot do billing, doctors cannot do counseling, doctors. So we created an MBA program. So universities maybe have to create digitally coupled academic programs. I'll tell you 3 examples. FinTech, like Professor Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor said in the morning, finance plus technology, EdTech, education plus technology, biotech, biology plus technology, medtech, health tech, legal tech, and so on and so forth. Every subject will be touched by this thing of technology. And then the better, easier it will be to make so that, you scale up. The problem with India, many times people say, we have the wherewithal, but we cannot scale it up because we are not thinking big. If we all think big, it is possible. The next thing is data analytics. We have huge data and we are living in the era of big data. Somebody said data is the new oil. Many countries claim that we have oil, we have data, we have the mind, we have the math, we created zero. So I think that spirit of capturing data, manipulating that data, using that data can be very useful. And how to analyze information using tools to discover insights, recognize patterns, predict trends, and support data decision making. Lastly, the degrees of yesterday will not be in the future. The degrees will be coupled with skill. Every degree will be coupled with skill, not just with the NCA skill framework, but a skill to practice, implement, train. There will be huge focus on student engagement to the company, corporates. So there will be career service partnerships. Companies will want more universities to work with them. I'm very, very happy today to note that Central University of Kerala has made an internship compulsory for 2,500 students. I think this is a very good trend. And lastly, which is very required, like our ancient texts have said, one needs to have a stable mind, a physically fit body, and a mental makeup. So I think EQ and soft skills are very important. Soft skills are the most difficult ones in this life. And AI is going to dominate. But as somebody said, we have to create soft skills that machines cannot imitate and automate. While helping students obtain digital skills is critical, it is crucial for colleges and universities to enhance creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, resilience, self-regulation, self-awareness, leadership, motivation, and empathy towards those who do not have your skills. That is very, very important in a large country like us. Thank you so much and namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have with us Professor Limbadri, Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education. Professor Limbadri will be joining online.
Good morning, everyone. I am audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Teacher. Professor Venkatramana Garu, Vice Chairman, State Council of Higher Education, already delivered his speech in NEP and this multidisciplinary aspects. Professor Vijay Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor, Hyderabad Central University, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor H. Venkateshwarlu, Vice Chancellor, Kerala Central University, and all the distinguished panel members, Vice Chancellors, and esteemed delegates from different parts of the country involving in the important occasion of national education policy. And first, I would like to congratulate Professor H. Venkateshwara Garu organizing the seminar, a two-day roundtable conference on strategizing the National Education Policy 2020 implementation, the way forward. As our earlier speakers deliberated to how best we can implement this national education policy, we are all aware that one of the important milestone in the history of higher education in the country. It is the third of its kind, and it is making a lot of impact in the field of education to make a change to meet the growing demands of the society's concern. I would like to confine to the present topic is multidisciplinary and skill-oriented higher education. After this national education policy, before the national education policy, the University Grants Commission also time and again focusing on the multidisciplinary approach. That multidisciplinary approach, which also included in the semester system, choice-based credit system, and to this present national education policy, which is focusing on the multidisciplinary approach, universities to make the institutions more vibrant, and it is giving more choice to the students to choose the choice of their own, of their subjects. That's why it is becoming one of the important aspect in terms of understanding the multidisciplinary institutions are concerned. The Indian higher education system is predominantly an affiliating system in which postgraduate departments are constant units of the university, and undergraduate student teaching takes a place in a large number of colleges affiliated to the universities. More than 90% of the enrollment in higher education is accounted for by the college affiliating to the universities. This is one of the important component we can understand where the large number of students pursuing their studies. The 90% of students are in the affiliating system of undergraduate colleges is one important area we have to understand. And another important, what type of opportunities that colleges will have in getting a multidisciplinary approach. For that, most of the course structure was designed like that, the BSc, MPC, BSc, MPCS and BSc, BJC, Life Sciences and Physical Sciences, BA and Commerce. But I would like to make a presentation or information with regard to the Telangana State Council of Higher Education, what we have been doing with regard to the multidisciplinary approaches for these undergraduate courses. In Telangana, 1080 degree colleges are here. So for that, earlier it was confined to the structured course like a BSc and BA and BCom with a fixed groups, BA EPP, BA HEP or BAS. Only 2 or 3 combinations were there to pursue their studies. The students have no choice to take a multidisciplinary like a mathematics or a psychology or environment, whatever they want. So after taking into the spirit of the national education policy, the Telangana State Council have introduced a multidisciplinary approach for selecting the subjects of their choice by the students at undergraduate level. That's why we have introduced the bucket system. The BA, we have 4 buckets. Out of 4 buckets, student can select only 3 out of 4 buckets. With that bucket system, a college can exercise, a student can exercise minimum 70 options. Political science, economics, mathematics, physics with psychology. Like that, each group, a BA or BSc or BCom, most of the courses are confined to their option subject. But the BA and BSc Life Sciences and Physical Sciences, we have minimum 50 to 70 options student will get. BSc Maths, Physics and Journalism, BSc Maths, Physics with the Psychology, BSc Maths, Physics with Economics, student can choose. Like that, a BA student also can have a science faculty, science subjects like economics, political science and mathematics, economics, public administration with environment, economics, political science with psychology. Like that, we have a number of options available for the students to choose on their own choice where they have interested. So this type of experiment we have been doing, and students also using optimum disciplines, subjects as per their interest is concerned. So with the spirit of this multidisciplinary approach of our national education policy, State Council of Higher Education, Commissioner College at Education collectively designed this bucket system with the multidisciplinary approach, and we have been implementing. It is successfully running, and students also very happy for choosing of these things. So that's why the multidisciplinary approach is wonderful, which is giving the students more options, not only to get the more options by sake of selecting the subjects, it also gives a comprehensive knowledge whatever they want. A student may want to have a science with the music, science with the journalism, they can do so that they can have a very comprehensive knowledge with pursuing of the subjects like a multiple disciplinary is concerned. For instance, a student of engineering can also take a subject for humanities. It is a buffet style of approach to education where students can choose what they want to learn. This is the purpose of taking up the multidisciplinary approach in the universities. And we also want to make it more popular and more student-centric subjects in future to protect the interest of the student and also nurturing the passions, challenging their talents, whatever they want to do in their career is concerned. And another important is that how best we can provide the opportunity to learn emerging areas. For emerging areas like a critical thinking and problem solving skills or artificial intelligence, a machine learning, and so many other things where demand is more high, particularly in the engineering areas. Telangana government has provided opportunity for the students pursuing in engineering courses is like that. 25,000 seats were increased in the last academic year to provide an opportunity for students to continue the emerging areas of interest. That may be the whatever the courses I have said, artificial intelligence, machine learning is concerned. So the multidisciplinary approach and emerging areas should be provide access to the students so that they can become employable, they can learn more comprehensively and face the national, international level competitions are concerned. And also we should provide the national level skills.
Could you please wind up your session because we are running short of time?
Okay. So I would like to only confine to this multidisciplinary approach which can provide the holistic education to the students, and the practice which we have been doing in Telangana is concerned. With these few words, I thank the organizers for giving me opportunity. I also thank Professor H. Venkateswarlu giving me an opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now welcome Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, Hyderabad Central University, for the closing remarks.
We have two more speakers. They will briefly make some comments. Okay. You want to say something?
Yes, they have all completed, sir.
Okay, so looks like in terms of what we want to say, we have said. Yeah.
So good afternoon. I'm Dr. Iftikhar Ahmed from the Department of English. I have two questions to the Vice Chancellor of Health Science University. You have mentioned that around 90 or 85% of the doctors passing out from the foreign national medical colleges, including Ukraine, are not found anywhere. Is that statement correct? To my best of knowledge, I know many doctors who got the medical degrees from these types of nations have better placement, have better salary, have better living situation, not in India, but in the other parts of the world. My second question is, why can't we seriously think of starting Ukrainian model national medical institutions in India? Because I think that approximately around 1 lakh Indian students are going abroad alone for these medical degrees. And at the same moment, the brain drain, even though we produce great persons from IITs and all, but very few of the IITians do work in India. And at the same moment, we know the very pathetic situations of some doctors coming out of Indian government universities and colleges. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You have raised several questions, like multidisciplinary questions. Anyway, regarding the students who are coming from China, Ukraine, and all these things, the National Board of Examination, it is the statutory body, they conduct a very simple examination. And unfortunately, 85% of them don't pass this examination. A person who cannot pass a basic examination, and if he goes to some other country and serving, God save that country. That's all I can say. Fortunately, they are not serving. Now, Government of India has come out with one more initiative. These people who pass this examination, if they want to practice in India, they have to do 1 year internship in India also. So at least they should know what is happening in India, what are the disease patterns in India, and they will be able to treat. That is a great, last year only, the National Medical Commission has come out with this statement. If they are serving in other countries, I don't know. In fact, most of these people, I know that they are working as physician assistant, they are working as in various capacity. If they are working in a great this thing, why should they come back and write Indian examinations? So it is not correct. Now, regarding the quality of graduates coming out from various Indian universities, I will not vouch for every university. I will not vouch for every college, but in a large amount, great percentage of the graduates are good. And I can vouch for my university. I can guarantee that the students coming out of Kerala University of Health Science are world class because our examination system is that perfect, and I have no doubt in that. But not everywhere, I agree. And for that also, the National Medical Commission has come out with a solution. Every graduate passing out from Indian universities again will have to appear for a national examination. They have to national qualifying examination. If and only if they pass that national qualifying examination, they will be able to practice. So we have a check. Now there are two checks. One check is entry check. Anybody cannot join a medical college in India. There is a national eligibility entrance examination, NEET examination, that this government has introduced. The NEET examination has been introduced by this government. And only if you are qualified in NEET, you can enter a medical college. And now, if you pass the exit examination, then only you can go out of the college. And now, what all things they have to be taught, the new curriculum. So this is the only way you can improve the education. And this is what we have done. And what are the other issue? IIT graduates and going out. This is unfortunate because it's a subsidized education and they are going out. But I can tell you that now, with the facilities coming up in India, with the new technologies coming up in India, a lot of people are not going. In fact, sometime back last year, I am a radiologist and I was president of Radiology Association of India sometime back. And the Royal Society of Radiologists UK, they came to India and asked, we don't have sufficient radiologists. Can you help us to get more radiologists from India? So in order to understand the problem, I discussed with the radiologists in UK and they said, you tell them to increase the salary, then only we will come. The point is, UK is not capable of giving the salary which an Indian expects. And he is not interested in going to UK because he is working here. Because the situation is better. So as and when the situation improves, none of our IIT graduates will go out. And I hope many of the Harvard graduates will come here. That is what is going to happen.
Just to add to the IIT graduates are our soft power. They are not the hard power, they are soft power because they go global and we are living in a global village. Therefore, they represent Indian soft power everywhere in the world. So that has a value in it. in the years to come, I think Indian industry will graduate to a level where our IITs will start working from within India. That is quite likely to happen. One more question there. Yeah. Yeah. Please keep the question brief and pointed.
Yes, sir. It will be very brief. Actually, the NEP emphasizes a lot on the outcome-based program, specific program, outcome of the program, etc., etc. As Professor Rao was stating, it's more about emancipating or freeing the mind of the student. So it is rather the ways in which the delivery is happening, how you are able to equip the minds to actually absorb these things. So I think the most important things are actually those. Of course, outcome will come later. But outcome happens if the means are right. And that confidence building, communication skills, and these are the essential things that we need to actually bring in. One other thing is actually in our traditional system, the student is always considered to be a little lower in its IQ than the professor, so they are not allowed to, question the professor. They are not allowed to ask the right questions. So this is always an impediment in the freeing of the mind of the student. So there may be brilliant students who come up, but our system doesn't allow because of our, our cultural values are based on that kind of hierarchy. So how the NEP is envisioning these aspects for the liberation of these young minds so that they can blossom up?
Absolutely very relevant question. I'll make 3 points. NEP touches upon very important pillars in the primary education. In the primary education, where you handhold the child towards freeing the mind, is likely to happen in NEP 2020. That's number 1. Number 2, NEP 2020 also emphasizes a lot on teachers training. Teacher is finally the igniting element, right? So teachers training has to be done very, very well at primary school level, at high school level, as well as at the college school level, so that the teacher is ready with enough high quality content that he or she can convey to the student. That's the number 2. Number 3, your menu of courses are so flexible. You can do mathematics, you can do music, you can do sports if you want. So this kind of freedom of taking multiple courses for a particular degree awarding process, I think is a system whereby the mind will actually liberate. That should be done very, very well by proper teachers. 4th one, we need to innovate our courses so that the course content are not boring. Most of the course contents now are somewhat boring. It should be much more enlightening. So course contents also have to be changed. All these will be part of NEP 2020 if we want to do it. If we do not do it well, then NEP 2020 will come, but same wine in a new bottle will happen. Therefore, all of us have to do this extremely well as a part of a national mission. I think then it will happen. So I think we had a good session. No session is complete.
So I just have one. I need advice. Not exactly. I'm not asking question.
Where is
I
the
need an
questioner?
advice.
Where is the questioner? I can't see it.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, in 2022, if we are going to implement NEP, we are talking about students who have been in the theory classes for 15 years completely. So all of a sudden now, if we want to do activity-based thing, like if you want to ask a student, please come up and stand up and we'll talk something, they will not be very bold. Some of the children also have many depression and PTSDs and bipolar syndromes and many things. As a teacher, I'm not equipped. So what is your advice for it if I have to get every child involved in the class in an activity-based way?
I will just practical experience we had. 2019, we implemented competency-based medical education, wherein in the first month, students were trained to ask questions, question everything. And and no anatomy, no physiology, no medicine was taught. And after 1 month, then the regular classes started, anatomy, physiology, biochemistry. And all these students started asking questions left and right. And my colleagues who are the professor, they said, you have done a very much wrong thing. Now these people are asking questions. Earlier, when whatever we used to say, they used to agree. Now I have to learn more. I have to refer the latest textbooks because they have learned that they go to Google and say that, madam, what you have said is not correct. So they have given courage the students and just 1 month training. Just 1 month training. And this is how education, and like the question, the teacher is a master and student is a slave. No more. We together learn. We together learn. In fact, suppose you have seen the Baiju this application, their advertisement, you study, I study, so that both of us together get admission in IIT. See, the point is you have a journey together. That is the most important thing. If you can say that, very often I can proudly say that I have learned more from my students than my teachers. I can proudly say. Thank you.
Quick one, 30 seconds. Ma'am, really appreciate your question. Please sit down. You know, what happens, this initial resistance to learning by doing will always be there, by the teacher, by the student. Look at 2 examples which change the face of schooling in India. The Atal Innovation Missions, tinkering labs. See, many times in schools, we don't allow the child to even touch the instrument. These tinkering labs will enable the child and the curiosity in him to play with that, to even spoil it, but he will learn that subject. Similarly, as you progress to the postgraduate level, I have done this experiment. I've asked my students not to listen to a class, but come out with, for example, I teach packaging, collect all the packaging material, paste it. It is like, model, make a model. And at the end of the class, he is much better informed than me about what is packaging, what are the practices, what are the symbols, what is the barcode. So I think first initial stage, it will be there. Second thing, how to innovate. If India, somebody said in the morning, why Bill Gates is successful, our chairman said, the reason is that we are not allowing students to innovate, incubate, and become entrepreneurs. And like he said, we have to think out of box, put them into a box. Now we are not doing, we are only giving theoretical input. So I think all of us will have to move it, and how it is possible in NEP is through capacity building of faculty. Now that is the thing, and getting rigorous, their wording is also there. If you read NEP, it will be there, how to get faculty, recharge them. UGC has got a scheme of recharge. So I can go on and on. It is possible. Only thing is, it has to be done in a planned manner. For example, during vacation, if we can build up this capability amongst teachers, they can bring out a manual, and then we can implement in that forthcoming academic year or in the forthcoming semester. I hope I have answered you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Just to add one more point, if we want a teacher, a future teacher, the future teacher should be taking this particular plant and ask, why is there so much of symmetry in this flower? You can teach physics there. What is the chemistry of the coloration? Why is it so beautifully colored? You can teach chemistry there. And you can do plant, of course, you can do botany. So taking nature as an example, we can do so much of teaching that our textbooks don't do. So therefore, go out of the textbook, contextualize whatever we are teaching to the world around us. I think that's when the student will open up completely, and student will actually become independent of the teacher. And that is what NEP 2020 should finally do. Liberate the student out of the classes. If we can do that, even in 1% of Indian student population, we will generate thought leaders and Nobel leaders in the world. We should just liberate them, not hold them. Tell them beautiful questions and answer, they will go. Last question, pointed question, don't elaborate too much. Please ask the question.
As a code where students were taking all aspects of biology they used to learn together, But unfortunately, my friends are still finding difficulty at the age of 46, 47. They were not getting the job of assistant professor in colleges in Tamil Nadu. Recently, there is a new rule which has come in Tamil Nadu that only those people who have done BSc, MSc in botany or zoology can teach zoology. So even if they are having equivalent certificates in integrated biology equivalent to zoology, they cannot teach zoology in colleges, and they had lost their opportunities. So like my concern was, like, now that we are implementing NEP, how will be the other side, like the side where the job vacancies and the qualifications which are announced in the vacancies. So that side also should be open. Otherwise, students will be in a fix. They will be completing the courses here and there with their interest and fantasies. But when they are reaching to an age where they really need to earn money, that time they will be in a fix. So that is my concern.
It's a question of regulation. Eventually, all the state governments must align with NEP 2020. Only then it will be a success. The question that you raised is more a Tamil Nadu government problem rather than NEP 2020 problem.
Yeah, but it can happen to all.
No, I can tell you, actually, this problem was raised in Kerala Higher Education Council. The ISER gives integrated degree. And the same, the government Babu said, you have not studied zoology alone. Along with zoology, you have studied botany. So you cannot be a zoology professor. Now we have taken a decision. Integrated degree is equivalent to BSc or MSc or PhD zoology. It has been taken in Kerala. So this decision can be made by a regulator. And regulators are also here. So when these regulators make these rules, so you introduce new things. When the new things are introduced, then the regulators will have to change. And this NEP is a comprehensive policy, not for the teachers, but for the administrators also. It is for the regulators also. Lakshmanji is there. He will see that it will be implemented. Thank you.
So thank you very much. We come to the end of this session. I think we had very interesting points raised. We talked about medical education, and our quality of medical education is actually skill generating, which is what Sir said. And Professor Venkatramana actually emphasized that we are not oil-rich country, but we are data-rich country. So data is much more valuable than oil. So you can see that our data processing minds will make us an important country now as well as in the future. And all of you asked some very, very pertinent questions, very relevant questions, very hot questions. And we try to answer as much as possible. It's an evolving scenario, and I'm sure more questions will rise up and more answers also will come up. You know, it is in this journey, all of us are traveling together. There is no you and me, there is no us and them. We are all traveling together, and we must collectively take NEP 2020 forward. Whether you are in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Telangana, doesn't matter. This is for the country. So therefore, unless we harmonize ourselves in that single mission, we will not move forward. And let us work together collectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegates. It's time to felicitate our delegates. I now invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate the delegates. Thank you, sir. May I now welcome Professor Vincent Matthew, Dean, School of Physical Sciences, to propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Venkateswarlu, all the dignitaries on and off the dais, all the participants. It was a very fruitful discussion. In fact, our Honorable Vice Chancellor is clever enough to put the very practical questions in the subsessions of this conference. Now we have hit the right place. People have participated well. The same question we were also asking ourselves while framing the CBCS regulations. One decision we have made at the PG level is that when I bring multidisciplinarity, that part will put under bracket MSc Physics in bracket Computational Science. That was the model we have timely adopted. We can discuss it in future. So it's my duty to propose vote of thanks. Professor B.J. Rao has correctly pointed out that education has gone out of the box. Thank you, sir. And Professor Mohan Gundamel, Professor Venkataramana, Professor Limbatri, all have contributed and also participated in question and answer session. I take this opportunity to place on record our deep gratitude and thanks to all the panelists. And also, this is a time to thank all the teachers, all the participants of this university, and especially Professor M.S. John, who was welcomed to the gathering. And I also wish you a very good day. Thank you.
Now we move on to the second academic session, which is on the theme multiple entry, multiple exit, and academic bank of credit.
Thank you very much.
For the next session, Professor Abdul Salam, former Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut, and Professor Jairaj M.K., Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut, to come on to the dais. I also welcome Professor Muthukumar Muthuchami, Dean, School of Earth Science Systems, to come on to the dais. I also request Professor M.N. Mustafa, Dean, School of Education, to come on to the dais. We also have several eminent panelists joining us online. Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Pondicherry. Professor Timme Gowda, Vice Chairman, State Council of Higher Education, Karnataka. Professor Sushma Yadav, former Vice Chancellor, Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalay. Professor Sasmita Samanta, Vice Chancellor, KIIT Odisha. Professor Gopalakrishna Joshi, Executive Director, Karnataka State Higher Education Council, and Professor Mahadevan Pillai, Vice Chancellor, Kerala University. All of them would be joining us online. I request all the panelists to stick on to the time since we are running behind in schedule. I now request Professor Muthukumar Muthuchami, Dean, School of Earth Sciences, to welcome the delegates.
Thank you. Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Kerala, Professor Venkateswarlu, distinguished panelists, my fellow deans, teaching fraternity, good afternoon to all. I welcome all for the third session on multiple entry, multiple access, and academic bank of credit. To share the session, so we have an eminent panelist. So before introducing the panelist, I wish to state that there's a recent survey conducted by the NSO, National Statistical Office, and it is reported that 1 out of 8 students who enrolled in school and college, they drop out before completing their education. So the reason may be many, but unfortunately, even the dropout student, they wanted to join back, they wanted to complete their education. Presently, there is existing system doesn't allow him to join. Unfortunately, this NEP 2020 has an option to entry back to this education systems, and we can complete it. That's what it has been given the option. So, and also the academic flexibility for learning from outside, and they can credit the accounts in the form of bank of credit. That is also, it has been implemented. It has been given clearly. So to discuss what the modalities, how to implement this multiple entry, exit, and also to deliberate the knowledge on the academic bank of credit, we have the eminent panelist. First, our Professor Gurmeet Singh, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Pondicherry, who has joined online, a renowned academic administrator and an internationally reputed expert in the field of corrosion science and the smart materials. Sir, on behalf of Central University of Kerala, I welcome you, sir, for this session. Then Professor Dimek Ouda, the Vice Chairman, State Council of Higher Education, Karnataka. He's the former Vice Chancellor of Bangalore University and the Karnataka Panchayat Raj and Rural Development University. He has joined online. Sir, I welcome you, sir, for this session. Professor Susmita Yadav, the former Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Viswavidyalaya, Kanpur.
Correct, Karnu.
Over 40 years of teaching experience in the field of public policy and governance. She has joined here in online. Madam, I welcome you on behalf of Central University of Kerala.
Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Abdul Zalam, the former Vice Chancellor of University of Calicut, a renowned agriculture scientist, a distinguished educationist, and also academician, who has joined offline to discuss or to view his point on the multiple entry and exit. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of Central University of Kerala. Professor Sasmita Samanta, the Vice Chancellor of Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, Odisha. Madam has over 25 years of experience in academic and administration. I welcome you, ma'am, on behalf of Central University of Kerala for this session. Professor Gopala Krishna Joshi, the Executive Director, Karnataka State Higher Education Council. He is known for the leadership and innovation in engineering education. He is one of the one who has been instrumental for implementing the NEP 2020 in Karnataka. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of Central University of Kerala. Then we have Professor Jayaraj, MK, the Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut. He has several years of experience in teaching and administration, especially in the field of physics. I think he is joined offline to discuss his views. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of Central University of Kerala. I welcome Professor VP Mahadevan Pillai, the Vice Chancellor, University of Kerala. He is a well-known material scientist, especially in the field of thin film and nanotechnology. He is joined online. On behalf of Central University of Kerala, I welcome you, sir, for this session. And also I welcome my fellow Dean, Professor Eman Mustafa, the Dean School of Education, he's going to propose the vote of thanks. I welcome you, sir. I welcome all the deans from various schools, heads of various departments, and my fellow teaching colleagues for this wonderful session on multiple entry, multiple exit, and the academic bank of credit. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now I welcome Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Pondicherry, to give his opening remarks. He would be joining us online.
Thank you so very much. And I really appreciate the opening remarks given by Professor Muthukumar here. Before I begin, I would like to really compliment our colleague, Professor Venkatesh Avarlu, the Vice Chancellor of Central University of Kerala, who has taken a lead in on this very important topic, and he's gathered everybody here to discuss a very important topic about NEP 2020. And all my fellow panelists here, Professor Thimi Gowda, Professor Sushma Yadav, our own known colleague from Delhi, Professor Abdul Salam, Professor Sushmita Samanta, Professor Gopal Krishan Joshi, Professor Jairaj, and Professor Mustafa, who's going to give the word of thanks ultimately, and then finally Professor Mahadevan Pillai from University of Kerala. Let me tell you, this session, which is multiple entry and multiple exit, is a very important session because, in my opinion, this, along with that academic bank of credit, in my opinion, this forms the keel of the whole discussion. There was a time, you will all agree, when somebody would take admission into one particular course. Let's say I'm from chemistry, somebody who joins chemistry honors would have no way to deviate from that and would continue in that particular discipline for completing the BSc, then perforce MSc also, and further down in research, whether somebody has a liking or not. Some lucky ones would deviate here and there and get into some profession, some job. Now, all through this, they would be cursing that this was not the subject meant for that, and they were never allowed to change that. Now, this NEP which has come, it has given us 3 capsules and 1 bigger medicine. Those 3 capsules I'll repeat for the benefit of everybody who's present here, because in the morning, Dr. Atul was saying that people have not read this policy in detail. He was advising everybody to go through that and to go through and then to retain. Probably it might be not a very easy exercise. So I'll put it in 3 capsules. One, the first part this has highlighted is that this has permitted people to learn in their mother tongue. This is the best that could have happened in a country after a span of 70 years. The original thinking that one can learn, one can get in one's mother tongue, you cannot get it in any other language. And so far, we were all under the impression that if you teach them in English, probably they become better, which is not so. The original thinking which a child gets will come in mother tongue, and this particular policy has taken adequate care. Formative years of a child's education would be done in that. The second important the capsule that I'm giving here is, for this NEP and for those who have not read it, is that this is giving you a chance whereby you can learn to leave. The next capsule is, it gives you a chance to educate to empower. And the last one, which I say, is to teach to transform. So these 3 capsules, if you remember, probably the entire NEP will be in your pocket. We teach so that a person gets transformed in his career, which will enable him to serve the society better. This is what I am highlighting towards the skill development. An electrical engineer is not able to fix a minor fuse. This skill he never had. So skill development. Educate to empower. The moment a person is educated, one will be able to get into one's own endeavor through these skill development courses and would be able to serve the society in a much better manner. These are the things. And learn to leave, first one which I said. Now, I said if somebody got into chemistry by whatever, by choice or by force or by design, whatever, he had no chance to leave that, because this is what is forced on him. Now, in this education policy, there is a academic bank of credit, which they have advised every university to register for. And any student who registers, whatever one does for 1 year, 6 months, whatever period, whatever one qualifies, that would be deposited in that bank, and that many credit will be there with him. After that, if one is not happy with that course, or one is not in a position to continue, one would be allowed to leave. One would go out, maybe earn enough money, maybe he would be socially well placed to come back, or if there are problems from family point of view, one would settle those and then again come back to the education, which a factor which was not here till now. Once you leave forever, because anybody who tries to get in after 2 years or 3 years, we will say you are not fit enough and you have a gap year, therefore we will not admit you. That part has been very adequately taken care of in this policy. The last which I am saying, whether you like that subject or not, you would continue. This also has been taken care of. You can, instead of chemistry, if somebody had a liking for maths, one will go into that. If I have a liking for music, I can go into that. Do certain credits there and deposit it. over a period of whatever is convenient to you, not necessarily the span period that we talk about. In 6 years, you have not completed, therefore you are fit for nothing. It will be that you complete certain number of credits, you leave, come back again, add some more credits, again go back, earn whatever you want to do, settle in your life, settle your family, come back and do this again. And you will find that after a certain period of time, when one has sufficient credit to earn a degree, he would be given a degree. If somebody wants to get into one's own career, one's own profession, one's own business, he finishes certain credit, gets a diploma and starts his own business. There is no necessity for somebody to do master's degree. Or somebody has a liking for economics, he does that, and with certain multifarious subjects one does that and completes certain amount of credit, goes back, starts on one's own venture. Somebody has a liking for civil services, after certain credit he goes and appears into that, gets into this. So a person, when he gets certain degree, is much better equipped because he'll be more open to the subjects of his liking, and that will enable him to develop better. Not that you got into one and you will have to stick to that. It is not so. So the horizon of a person's mind would be open to a better extent. And when you do all this, you will be in a position to finish your degree in whatever convenient time you have. You are not going to be doing at a stretch. So a diploma, a degree, or a master's degree, all these will be there depending upon what credits you have done, and keep depositing and keep moving out. This is the salient system, salient feature, one of the very important features of this policy, which highlights multi-entry and multi-exit part. Now, let me tell you, I often give this example that I once met long time back. I'm talking about 1981. I was on a ship and I was overhearing a discussion of two Americans. One happened to be a professor of Stanford. The other was a carpenter. But both did their master's degree in economics. Professor did it in one go, got into university career. The other fellow had to struggle. He left, came back, and completed the degree in probably 10 years. But he continued his own skill of carpentry, earned enough money, and had that degree as well. He had the basic skill, basic knowledge of economics. So he was as good a person as the other person who was a professor in that. This is what we require. A knowledge-based, skill-based society where everybody will have an equivalent footing to deal with the problems of the society. Not that if somebody gets a mechanical engineering degree and is not able to do anything when we get a problem or fix a problem for him. That's what is not there in this. So this particular new education policy would, under this multi-entry, multi-exit, will enable our society to be educated and to be in a position to serve the society in a much better manner as compared to what a person was doing earlier on. Now, final 2 minutes, I would develop on the real catch of this policy. The real catch is going to be, this would be an absolute success if we follow the cardinal principle of sharing our resources. Then only this policy is going to be a success. If we stick on to our original ideas of my university, my library, my NMR equipment, my computer, we are not going to succeed, let me tell you. 2 years back, we had a South Zone Vice Chancellor's conference in my university here. There I had coined this very forcefully, very effectively. I said, now is the time when we start sharing our resources. And in this new education policy, there is a variety of subjects one can choose from. And it is not a must always that a university or a college shall have all the subjects which a student is demanding. If I have certain limited number of subjects in my university, and a student is asking that I'm going to take a combination of, let's say, mathematics, physics, and music, and I don't have music, I needn't be worried about it. I can go to Anna University or some neighboring university, wherein I'll request that let him take this subject in your university. We'll pull in and we'll have the bank of credited, the credit deposited in this. And at the end, we'll find whenever a person has adequate credit, he'll get a degree. But we have shared the subject resources. Somebody doesn't have an equipment, I have it here. Where is the need to spend more money on this? You can always use my equipment. It should be open to the entire country and progress further in your own career or subject. This is what is needed. we need, now you'll say, how is it possible in a big country like ours? I had made a roadmap of this, that we need to form certain clusters, certain groups, whereby we can share our resources in terms of sharing our libraries, our subjects, our high-ended equipment, and our teaching skills also. So therefore, if we share, the first objective that you can choose subjects as per your choice would automatically be fulfilled. Then the second part, sharing of resources. I am doing work in certain area where I need FESM equipment. Why should everybody be spending 3 crores? If X has it, we should be able to share those. And that particular part would automatically would be progressing in the right direction. So far, we have seen in our country, majority of the work gets bogged down because of the lack of resources, and students keep on complaining. That would be very effectively taken care of when we look at the sharing aspect. So I will just sum up by saying that this policy is an excellent policy. It opens up the horizons for a student in terms of the liking that one has for subjects, variety of subjects one can choose. All that you have to do is, whatever you do, deposit in that bank of credit and complete certain amount of credit within a certain period as per your convenience, and you get the degree. And in order to do excellence, start sharing our resources. The moment resources are going to be shared, I don't think we are ever going to look back. Now the problem that we face is, if I say I need to consult this journal, the other fellow says, no, it's my library, you have your own journal. Stop doing this century-old philosophy of having my things and my resources. It is our resources, it is our business, it is our country. Please look into it from this angle. And if this is the view every vice chancellor, every administrator, every thinker takes, I think we are in for a big leap forward, and we are in for a right kind of development for our society. I compliment Professor Venkatesha Barlu that he's taken this initiative, which has given a chance to share our ideas. And this is what I've been highlighting all along, that let's start working on it. Let's sit down together and start thinking on lines of what best way we can share, so that this multi-entry, multi-exit step and that academic bank of credit which is there becomes an effective tool in taking our policy forward. Thank you so very much. And I wish all of you a very happy interaction and enjoy your conference that you are attending. I wish the conference a grand thundering success. Thank you so very much for inviting me over here. And I'll be again joining here for closing remarks. I hope the interaction is going to be a wonderful one, which you're all in for a good treat through so many academicians. Thank you so very much, please.
Thank you very much, sir. I humbly request all the eminent panelists to try to sum up your ideas in 5 minutes, because we are really running behind the schedule. Very sorry about this. Now I would like to request Professor Timme Gowda, Vice Chairman, State Council of Higher Education, Karnataka, to speak to give his lecture. He would be joining us online. Sir, could you please unmute yourself? We are unable to listen to you. Sir, we can't hear you. Could you please unmute yourself? No, sir, we still can't hear you. We can see you, sir, but then we can't hear you. You have to unmute your audio. Yes. So we will come back to you. We will call upon the next speaker. I now request Professor Sushma Yadav, former Vice Chancellor, Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, to give her lecture. She will also be joining us online.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And my
Yeah. Hello. Now it
identity.
works. Hello. Yeah.
Okay,
There
let
was.
us hear Professor Thimegoda. No issue. If he's
I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute because I got it done through your office. That was the reason. I'm extremely sorry. I compliment Professor H. Venkateswarlu for arranging this wonderful two-day roundtable conference. And I thank Professor Gurmeet Singh for an overview of Academic Bank of Credits and the multiple entry and exit. And since the time is very much limited, I just explain whatever we have done in Karnataka. We have actually worked out a scheme and implemented it from this academic year in all the public universities and autonomous colleges. Some of the private universities have also implemented it. Therefore, both the Academic Bank of Credits and the multiple entry exit part, we have implemented it, and that is subject to revision based on the National Higher Education Qualification Framework. As you all know, it has been notified. We have also sent several feedback and questions from that side. Once it is notified, it will crystallize. To begin with, what we the Academic Bank of Credits and as well as the multiple entry and exit is an important aspect of national NEP 2020. Although any policy cannot be 100% ideal, but the advantages, the merits of NEP overweigh the whatever little demerits and disadvantages of NEP. I am being a chemist, we know the real, we are talking about the real gas equation, not the ideal equation sort of thing. Therefore, what we have allowed our in our programs, undergraduate programs, we have introduced 4-year undergraduate programs in arts, science, and commerce. Engineering also they have introduced NEP 2020, but it is not really based on the new concept. It is said to be changed, but they have introduced some aspects of flexibility in engineering education as well. Whereas in arts, science, and commerce and other subjects, we have introduced these 4 years undergraduate programs with exit options at the completion of the first year are 2 semesters, second year are 4 semesters, third year are 6 semesters with certificate, diploma, and basic undergraduate degree. At the completion of 4th year, our candidates would get 4 years honors degree with a research component. And of course, as you all know, one can directly get into PhD if one has a strong research component or 4 years honors degree by research. And there is also a provision for a fast track and slow track. Therefore, one can get the 4 years degree in N-1 semesters. Similarly, 3 years degree or 6 semesters degree can be earned in 5 semesters, N-1 of semesters. And at the same time, there will also be a slow track. Therefore, the people need not have to exit immediately after 2 semesters or 4 semesters or 6 semesters. They can as well study these things at their convenience. One need not have to get into the program for all the subjects. To begin with, one can start with some programs, some papers. That is the flexibility the candidate enjoys under Academic Bank of Credits, and continue instead of getting the degree, 4 years degree in 4 years, one can as well get the degree in 6 years or 8 years. One may get take courses in one of the subjects, core subject. The other things he may take it in leisurely in some other thing, simultaneously managing, looking after other aspects of life. For example, people used to quit for whatever reasons. Maybe the girls used to get married out of compulsion. They had to leave, discontinue even after 2 years of study. They used to go out without any credit. Now it is not the case. The NEP provides for getting the credit whatever they have studied. That is how the certification, diploma, etc. has come into picture. In addition to that, say for example, in Karnataka, we have allowed the candidates to choose any 2 core subjects to begin with, one open elective. This is along with languages, ability enhancement, and other courses. And of course, we have made extracurricular activities, NSS, etc. is an integral part of it. Assigning 2 credits per semester for each one of these things. Therefore, these our students, whether it is in science stream or art stream or other streams, they can choose any two subjects of their choice. It need not have to be in science. It need not have to be in arts. It need not have to be in other fields. They can choose any two subjects, continue the same subject if they so desire at the same level up to the second year in the first 4 semesters. When they come to the third year, they can choose one of them as major or continue the other as minor, or they can change the other subject, take some other subject as minor. And we have made, especially for art stream, 4 open electives, vocational subjects mandatory. This is in addition to 4 open electives that they have to take in the first 4 semesters, wherein we can bring in all, we want to integrate the vocational education into general education. Therefore, we have just now starting, it is a limping stage we have. There is a lot to do before the course gets matured and takes a final shape. The other advantage what we are thinking here is, for example, if you take a commerce stream, one can get the BCom, or after 3 years BCom honors, or any bracketed degree one can get it. Therefore, for that what one has to do, there are some core components which are almost common. For example, the languages or ability enhancement and other courses are the mandatory requirements for all the programs. Those things we teach in the first 4 semesters. Any specialized course that they normally take from third year. Therefore, the discipline electives we are introducing in the third year and fourth year, and we have made internship as a mandatory requirement. Therefore, in the National Higher Education Qualification Framework, the draft that has been notified, if a candidate exits after 2 semesters with certification, to make those candidates job ready, they have made it about 6 to 12 credits internship mandatory. For about 6 months, they can take it. We can make them ready. Not only that, we have aligned our exit options after 2 semesters, 4 semesters, 6 semesters, etc., with the National Skill Qualification Framework. Therefore, to reach that skill level, some aspects have been introduced. But as I have already said, we have only started it. It is only a beginning of it. There is a lot to we do, and we have to refine them a lot before we give a final shape to it. And we will also listen to observe what are the ways of the formats that are program structures that are introduced in other states, etc. In my opinion, to effectively implement this multiple entry and multiple exit, and also the academic bank of credits, now anyway they have relaxed it. To get registered under academic bank of credit, there was a requirement of A grade in NAC grading. Now that they have relaxed it. Eventually, we may have to go in for program accreditation. Only when you have program accreditation, even A grade institution may have C grade departments. Even B grade institutions may have A grade departments. Therefore, it has to be based on the program-wise accreditation in addition to the overall accreditation. That is what it has to happen. And the resource sharing, as Professor Gurmeet Singh rightly pointed out, resource sharing. For example, to take open electives, we have asked all our colleges, if they do not have expertise to offer particular open electives chosen by the candidates, they can send their candidates to the neighboring college. Those students can as well come here for the subject that they are going to offer. Therefore, the clustering of colleges and other things we are thinking of, not only the clustering of universities also, and the resource sharing part also. What we have done at the Karnataka State Higher Education Council, we have worked out a general program structures in consultation with all the universities and the autonomous colleges. Then we have circulated them among all the universities and the autonomous colleges. We have given them a freedom to modify them to suit the requirement, taking care of the students' interests and national pattern. In order to do that, we have asked them to look into the graduate attributes and also the outcome-based concentrate on those things. That freedom we have given them. Not only that, we have constituted about 40 committees, subject committees. They have drafted the model curriculum involving not only the experts, all the representatives from all the universities in Karnataka and autonomous colleges. We have supplied the model curriculum to all the universities and colleges, and of course, they will have the freedom to change, modify with suitable modifications to it. It's only some sort of guidelines sort of thing we have done it. We have worked out the model program structures, and we have only drafted the course contents for the first 2 semesters. Other part we are going to take up now. We will update and review whatever we have drafted. We will also review the program structures based on National Higher Education Qualification Framework, and then draft the course contents for the other semesters. Therefore, this is what we are trying to do. I cannot go into the details for want of time. I don't want to take much of your time. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my views. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, sir. So I request all the delegates to stick on to 5 minutes to give out your views. I now call upon Professor Sushma Yadav, Member, University Grants Commission, to speak a few words. Ma'am, sorry about the confusion previously caused.
No problem. Thank you so much. Thank you. Professor Gurmeet Singh Ji, Honorable VC, Central University, Pondicherry, who's coordinating the session. Professor Time Gowda Ji, Vice Chairman, State Council of Higher Education, Karnataka. Professor Abdul Salam, former VC, University of Calicut. Professor Sasmita Samartha, Vice Chancellor, KIIT, Odisha. Professor Jayaraj, Honorable VC, University of Calicut. Professor Gopal Krishna Joshi, Executive Director, Karnataka Higher Education Council, and the Deans of School of Art Sciences and School of Education, Professor Muthuchami and Professor Mustafa, who are here to welcome us, introduce us, and also to propose vote of thanks. All the Honorable Vice Chancellors, Chairpersons and Vice Chairpersons of Higher Education Councils of various states, faculty members, scholars, and my very dear students. It's a pleasure to join you here. I know the time is short, but I think the best comes out in short time. So very nice keeping it so pinpointed. I'm so happy to note that Karnataka State Higher Education Council has done so much in implementing the very, very important aspect of higher education, which is the new education policy also, the multiple exit and entry. I must compliment you, Professor Time Gowda, for taking these initiatives in fact, and you can be a role model, and you can be, in fact, a path shower to rest of the states and rest of the country. I wish you success, and I think we can take from where you are leading. In fact, it was really nice listening to you. And I must compliment the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Kerala for giving this opportunity to all of us. Since morning I have joined it, and I've seen how vibrant the deliberations here are. I'm sure I look forward to your report also. Now, coming to the point, because I won't talk about what the National Education Policy 2020 says. Professor Gurmeet Singh Ji and Professor Time Gowda has given us enough for that. But I must repeat what Professor Time Gowda said. It's a great path to equity and inclusion when we have multiple exit and multiple entry, because usually only those go out of the education system who have some compulsions. The compulsions may be physical, the compulsions may be financial, the compulsions may be environmental, but there are compulsions. So they will be able to return back to the education and thus improve our GR, and also give us the best minds which may be left behind in such situations. So that is a very beautiful aspect of this NEP 2020. Coming to the point of implementation, because we're talking about implementation and that needs brainstorming. I'm a professor of public policy. For looking at NEP 2020 from that perspective, there are 5 stages of a policy. One is agenda setting, then policy formation, then taking a decision, then policy implementation. We are at the 4th stage. And I think there's a lot of discussions and brainstorming and suggestions taken before that. We need it now. because policy implementation remains the most important aspect of Indian policy scenario. And I've seen the best of policies going out or wasted because they were not implemented well. So I'm very happy that you're holding this, and I'm really missing coming to your university physically, because I see there is a lot of vibrance and curiosity about it. What we need to do is, we need first to change the mindset. The mindset where we thought till now, and I think Professor Gurmeet Singh referred to it, that we are the best. There were islands of excellence who would not even bother about other universities or colleges, thinking that no, we cannot entertain students from that place. If this mindset remains, we cannot have the liberal exit and entry. Because I think NEP 2020 also looks forward to creating real Bharat or India, where you can seamlessly cross boundaries, boundaries of institutions and boundaries of um, states also. But we are living in a very vibrant federal democracy. Therefore, we have to really deliberate among the universities, among the academicians, for creating environment for implementing the policy. Like it was so nice that Karnataka State Higher Education Council has done so. I hope and look forward to, because I could hear the chairman and vice chairman of State Higher Education Council of Telangana also. I really think they'll be able to implement it. So it has to be deliberated, debated, discussed, and regulatory architecture created so that this is implemented. I am also a member of the committee which Association of Indian Universities has created for chalking out strategy for implementation. And I would share with you all, so that you can deliberate on it, what that a committee has been deliberating and has been finding problems. We couldn't get all the state higher education councils' views. Of course, some were very proactive. So this needs to be percolated down to the various states, which is important, because we have all kinds of institutions in India. The state institutions, the private institutions, the deemed to be institutions, and they all will have to come on one platform if we really want to have a seamless exit and entry. The mindset also has to accept the credits, because till now we did not have the credit system everywhere. And although with choice based credit system it has come up, but there'll have to be some kind of uniformity or integration of the credit system in all the various kinds of higher education institutions and colleges, etc. We also have to have a mechanism where we have out of box thinking, because we are moving to a different situation completely, where we will not be bound by the traditional boundaries of time, boundaries of attempts, boundaries of age, etc. But we also have to look at the quality, and the quality system is very, very important, because the higher education in India at times I find lacks in this area. So the first thing would be, all the universities or higher education institutions will have to adhere to National Higher Education Qualification Framework, and also documents or regulations from other regulatory bodies like AICTE, NCTE, Agricultural Council, and Pharmaceutical Council. I think some experts had deliberated it in the morning, aligned with the national education policy mandates for flexible learning and for flexible, seamless movement. Because if this happens, then most of the universities and colleges or higher education institutions will be able to accept students after a break or after an exit, and they'll be able to come up as and when required. We also must understand or take steps to recognize technology-enabled solutions in teaching learning, like blended learning. Ways and mechanisms may be explored, what Atul Bhai Kothari ji in the morning discussed with us all, 40 plus 40 plus 20. You can have your own formulas, or you can improve upon, or you can accept that formula, but that formula may be carved out by the institutions. And the beginning is set up a formal repository of academic credits for all students and facilitate the transfer of credits to respective universities while awarding the degree. This really requires a new kind of mechanism and a new kind of mindset. So all institutions must start this. That is how we will be able to implement it, and then ensure that for multiple entry and multiple exit policy implementation, the curricula shall be developed as per the requirements, because it gives you flexibility for that also. And therefore, I think we all must move towards a sustainable understanding of this policy and sustainable movement of students around. Then only we'll be able to provide the kind of welcoming and the kind of liberal environment which is required for multiple entry and multiple exit along with the academic bank of credit. Thank you very much, because I think we have a time limit, but let's learn from each other. Thank you. I thank University of Kerala and Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Venkateshwaralu for this opportunity. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I now call upon Professor Abdul Salam, former Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut, to share his views.
Respected host Vice Chancellor Professor Venkateshwaralu, I heard words, bulleted points without repetition at all. I start bullet point number 1 with you with a thanks for inviting me to this function and giving me an opportunity. Then respected Vice Chancellor and fellow Vice Chancellor, fellow professors and my dear friends. I have 5 minutes. I will limit my talk to 5 minutes. I will start with the provocations. The Dean Ahmed said, they have started NEP 2020. Congratulations for CUK. You started NEP 2020, started at 2022 in CUK, Kerala. Many other places, they are still thinking of it. You started, Karnataka started. I congratulate you. Further, Amrit was telling they are in the process of a combination of online plus offline plus practical plus work integration, apprentice, etc., etc. Then I remembered Professor Rao was emphasizing one word, skilling. All my friends, professors should know. Skilling means a classroom exercise. No, that's our challenge. How to reach out the workplace, work area, work engaged skill. Skill means empowering your organs, connecting with your brain, not my ability as teachers. My challenge, your challenge. Every subject, how to make it ability-centric, not knowledge-centric. That's the challenge. Then I moved to Professor Mohan. Mohan said some interesting things. One is about IAS. I liked it very much. I think they do a lot of damage. I was also. But the other thing you said, from generalization to specialization, very important. Even here, when you read an NEP document, some words will all the time, still in my mind. One is the flexibility, quality, employability, student centricity, like that. There are few words. Now, all of us should take those slogans in our brain first. That's the general thing, general philosophy of improving the quality and workable people. Yes, the backbone. Then come to your specialization. What I mean about that specialization. We have different streams, medical stream, law stream, leave this language stream, commerce stream, science stream, engineering stream. We should have experts team to tailor the regulation package in line with the general principles of NEP. Then only it will be easy. The strategy of medicine may not work with the language and others. I wish the leaders at Delhi will consider this aspect of evolving regulatory packages, accommodating student centricity, flexibility, employability, stress freeness, and also enhancing GER from 29 to 50. Skill centricity and ability. I wish that exercise is very, very important. Third observation, most of the decision makers are gray-haired people. Remember, we are all living in a highly digital ecosystem. You look at any subject, even medicine, robotic surgery, all everywhere. We talk about modern science, that means infusion of huge amount of digital science, data science, cyber security and related applications, mechatronics, whatever it may be. So we have to consider management, academic running, governance, everything. Infuse a huge amount of digital technology in its management. For that, I'm sure we must unlearn and relearn innovations. Then I will come to my point. Multiple entry, multiple exit, academic bank of credit. I will limit in 5 minutes, only 2 minutes I'll take. Multiple entry. What is this multiple entry? Entry different times. I consider as A, multiple streams of new admissions, twice or thrice to cover GER, and multiple entry of readmissions. This is to be allowed. Multiple entry of new admissions, as in many other universities outside the country, and multiple entry of readmissions. Exit, I believe it should be limitless till the boy or girl complete the work. That should be the strategy. Regarding that ABC, Academic Bank of Credits, and NAD, National Depository of Credits. I have gone through that, I have read something, but I am sure how many universities will do these things in time? There should be some headmaster to see that this is done. How many teachers are aware? How many vice chancellors are aware? How many academic leaders are aware? How many students are aware? A definite awareness program, training program, compulsion program. These are essential for adoption of this ABC and NAD issues. Then the skill, coming back to skill, I consider as a teacher, people say 40, 40, 30, 20 like that. No, you decide on the combination, the proportion. Online should be there, offline should be there. We can make it hybrid. You can have practical, you can have internship, you can have an apprentice or a will. What is his will? Work integrated living and learning program. Ultimately, the objective is not focusing here, but focusing on the ability to do certain things. And again, for examination, one word, the current examination pattern. I'm not at all for that. I'm here for 40 years, starting from assistant professor to vice chancellor. I believe a real-time work performance assessment should be the best way, including books, computers, everything. Let him live in the system and solve problems and gain workability. I wish that will be the best step. And one more last thing. I saw many students suffering, research scholars suffering with their guides. Very many problems, different type of problems with PhD scholars. There should be not only PhD scholars, everybody, there should be a central regulatory or central redressal mechanism for online, real-time problem solving on the students. Then only you'll be student-centric, you'll be flexible, you'll be employable, you'll be stress-free, be increasing GER, you'll be skill-centric and ability-centric. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite Professor Sasmita Shamanta, Vice Chancellor, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, to share her views.
Thank you, ma'am. Most respected Vice Chancellor of Central University of Kerala, Professor Venkateswarlu, who has invited me to this event. All the revered Vice Chancellors present in this panel and present in the audience also. All the revered panelists, guests, and members of the faculties, students present here. Of course, we all in academics are realizing that this National Education Policy 2020 is the most aspirational documents in academics. We all have got it in the form of empowerment. Sometimes we realize in the form of vision for the future, what really the academic institutions should plan, the strategy for executing our academic activities according to the changes in aspiration in the public and the stakeholders from academics itself. And today, if we keenly observe the whole academic scenario in the country and the improvements or the discussions happening in last 2 weeks, particularly I would like to focus on about retaining the Indians in this country and how to stop the brain drains from this country and how to develop an educational ecosystem that will be compatible to the aspirations of this generation. And for that, I think only one word will be playing a major role in transforming this change. And that word I can say that is coming in the form of collaborations. Till now, we are talking about collaborations with the institutions in the country, collaborations with the institutions abroad. And we have somewhere, and sometimes like institutions like ours or particularly the professional institutions, they are collaborating with different industries and different institutions of repute, different institutions of research, those who are engaged in research in a particular discipline, aligning to the work done in a particular institution. But many a times we are missing out collaborating with the communities, collaborating with the civil societies, really where the requirements generates. And today, while we talk about education and stopping the brain drain, I think that till now education has been treated in isolation and several policy systems have been made as if the education can grow, I can say that vertically. But now the time has come to collaborate with the community and the people horizontally and then to grow vertically. Then only we can match with the aspiration of present generation. Because while we talk about the present generation aspiration and what really they will be doing after coming out from the university, it's not only confined to the employment in public sector, employment in structured organization, or employment in unstructured organization. Today, if we keenly observe like the university of like mine, where 30,000 students are doing professional education in 200 disciplines, there we are seeing most of the students now in big universities or the institution in this country, they are thinking to build up a system where not only they will be getting the employment, but they can create opportunities for others. So for creating the opportunities, collaborating with the people and exploring the opportunities during the higher education period, I think that is much more important for the universities or the institutions. And this national education policies has opened the door for that. And this credit banking, multiple entries and exit, for that, of course, KIT has taken lots of initiative. Being in professional institution, we have to do lots of brainstorming while designing the curriculum. We have introduced open electives, the minor, offering minor in different subjects, and major minor concept we are going to start from this year. According to the academic structure of the university, anyone is getting degree, particularly undergraduate degree in any discipline, he or she has to take minimum 40% of the credit from that department. And other 60% they have to take from other allied departments like humanities, social sciences, management, allied branches of engineering sciences, or if they are in law doing specialization in certain areas, then allied subjects of law wherever They are whatever is being offered in the school or whatever is being offered in online mode also. That level of flexibility also we are trying to bring. And for anyone is interested to take dual major also, they can take the dual major, because for minor we have mentioned that they can take 20 credit from other discipline and they can get a minor in that subject itself. If anyone is interested to take dual major, then equivalence committee is there. Those will be doing equivalence in the system, and they will be prescribing that how much credit they have to take from, suppose one person is in electronics, he wants to take another one B.Tech from computer science, they have to make the equivalence committee has to make the equivalence, and how much credit he or she has to take from computer science department. And according to their recommendation, the students are taking. While we talk about credit banking, multiple entry and exit, we have made a system N+2. Anyone who has taken admission, he can complete in 6 years, but we have not yet extended, as Professor Gurmeet Singh was talking about, Trimeti Goda sir was talking about that in State Higher Education Council in Karnataka. They have extended to 8 years, but we have not yet extended because we are not yet brainstormed that how much we can extend 8 years, 10 years, 12 years. It can be n number of years, because in engineering and professional education we have certain reservation in that, because normally the diplomas are provided in this country through State Council of Vocational Training in each and every state. So if we come to skill-based education, normally DGET is taking care of that. So in professional education, engineering education, law education, there are multiple, I can say that multiple statutory authorities are there for award of the degrees. So we are waiting for the input from those statutory authorities that how those degrees can be designed and who will be certifying the student, those who will be leaving after 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, or somebody is coming back after leaving after 2 years, coming back for 1 year, interested to get a diploma, who will be giving them and where it will be accepted in employment scenario. So now, as I say that the building the system, building the future, building this globe is becoming the vision of this country in next 2 decades. I hope that the collaborative ecosystem with community, with society, with industry, with research institutions, of course the institutions in abroad will be taking a very major role in academic space itself. And for that, this credit banking system and multiple exit and multiple entry will be facilitating this system. And I hope that we are very much ready to have one education system which will be globally competitive and globally it can be recognized. We see the number of foreign students coming to this country. It is almost double in last 3 years, and the number of increasing substantially. In my university also we get number of foreign students, but we have got highest number of foreign students last year. So all total we are having around 1,500 foreign students from 52 countries. And this time we are little bit more ambitious. We are expecting to get more than 1,000 students from many countries around the globe. And I hope that this facility of multiple entry, exit, credit banking, the autonomy given, yes.
Sorry about the interruption. Could you please conclude?
Yeah, I'm concluding in 1 minute. So the multiple entry, exit, and the autonomy given to the students, faculty members to take the decision, the robustness of the system for creating the confidence among all stakeholders, taking together everything, I think will be able to develop a system we are aspiring for. So thank you, Professor Venkateswarlu, for inviting me and all the co-panelist members for listening. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now we move on to Professor Gopalakrishna Joshi, Executive Director, Karnataka State Higher Education Council. He will be joining us online.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Venkateswarlu and the organizers for giving me this opportunity to participate. Distinguished co-panelists and esteemed academicians who have gathered here with an intention of understanding, deciphering NEP towards implementation. And the theme given is multiple entry and multiple exit and academic bank of credits. For want of time, I would be sharing my, I will be using my time to speak only on multiple entry and multiple exit. The concern in multiple entry and multiple exit are lifelong learning and recognition of prior learning. These are two important aspects which we need to consider when we talk of multiple entry and multiple exit. Lifelong learning and recognition of prior learning. And if you see NEP 2020 document, it talks about imaginative and flexible curricular structure that removes prevailing rigid boundaries, and it creates new possibilities for lifelong learning. It talks about multiple exit as well. So keeping this in mind, we need to implement it. So if you look at NEP draft document, in its very preamble, you get to know what is the reason behind proposing this. In concept, I'll just read these couple of sentences. In conceptualizing and drafting an overarching policy for education development, the committee has kept the interconnectedness of various phases of education in mind and how the same will enable continuity, coherence, and processes to ultimately realize an end-to-end educational roadmap. Essentially, it is about this, an end-to-end educational roadmap for the country. When it gets expanded, it also talks about, it expands the idea of interconnectedness. The committee has not overlooked the fact that the multiple facets of Indian, education structure should be within an overall framework of cogent end-to-end educational progression. It talks about that. The concept of interconnectedness also provides preparation for students for further studies at higher levels through proper orientation. Career decision has to be well informed. There also it helps people. Then a few of my colleagues, co-panelists were talking, about societal interconnectedness. The concept of interconnectedness also applies to location of education in societal context, the document says, which both influences and is influenced by it. If you look at the examples of clusters like clusters of industries around Coimbatore, Ludhiana, Surat, you get to know that they are all known for excellence in certain dimensions. And if the educational systems also coexist in that system, it makes education relevant. It also helps industry thrive. In this background, if you look at multiple exit is spoken at length, but then multiple entry is a point which we also need to consider in order to facilitate free exchange of ideas across disciplines. Pathways for multi-entry points into various disciplines of professional education programs are required to be created, including integration of learners with demonstrated competence or work experience in relevant areas. Very, very important it is. People coming from industry, how do you seamlessly take them into our system? It requires a mechanism of recognition of prior learning and their concomitant, the assessment frameworks to be brought over into professional education. Very, very important it is. So keeping these things in mind, in Karnataka, we have attempted to, implement our first step, few steps we have kept. Whatever I am sharing now is complementing Professor Timegowda's, earlier presentation. Our preparation started a little early. Our exposure to engineering education helped. In fact, NEP talks about critical thinking and problem solvings as main, takeaways of higher education. So we took problem solving continuum as the consideration for designing this curriculum. So it is how we at the end of first year, if the fellow is able to solve well-defined problems, at the end of second year, broadly defined problems, at the end of third year, complex problems. This is one possibility that we were trying to share with people, not limiting them to only this thought. So in fact, our advice was to finalize credit structures at various levels of exit based on guidelines. And we asked them to identify job roles at different exit points. It is not just simply truncating these things. Why does one get out of a system? One is out of helplessness. Second is, even whether it is out of helplessness or due to an opportunity, he should have the society accept him and then accommodate him and help him make a living. So at various stages of exit points, we asked the committees to identify first job roles that are available and the skills and competencies required for those job roles. We asked them to write them and then design courses correspondingly, introduce courses correspondingly at these stages. This kind of an effort we did because by then NHEQF was not available. NHEQF was not available. We had NSQF, which was available, and we had some global practices which we referred. And this, our experience is science, commerce, and management streams. It is very easy to those communities took it easier, whereas social science communities, it was rather difficult. Multiple entry involves recognition of prior learning. This is yet to be looked into. It is little complex. Now, draft NHEQF document is published by UGC. We see an alignment between NSQF and NHEQF. And we are happy in Karnataka that whatever we have been doing so far, it is just in alignment with the documents that are published. And as regards challenges, challenge of mind and mindset is a big issue here. My co-panelists have spoken. I'll give you one example with respect to multiple entry and multiple exit. Content equivalence is what we are used to. But when we move to this system, we will have to go to outcome-based equivalence, which requires a huge overhauling of the system. And then estimation of resources, including human resource, is going to be another challenge which we need to address. My personal views are faculty members need training on curriculum design and instructional design practices, particularly outcome-based education, student-centered learning and assessment practices. As regards curriculum design, mostly all of us are used to linear curriculum design approach, meaning in first year, we teach foundation courses. As we go further, in final year, students are exposed to problem solving. Probably when you introduce multi-entry, multi-exit, we may have to bring in problem solving skills a little earlier and introduce a spiral curriculum design, which is not very popular, but then there are efforts in the world. People are trying this approach, and we need to look at best practices and evolve benchmarking of courses. We need to look around and learn, not confining ourselves to four walls of our system. And dear colleagues, curriculum design is a very complex task. It requires understanding of local contexts. It also requires multiple perspectives, which means teamwork and collaboration are absolutely essential. My earnest request is we need to read NEP document, but then when if we get doubt, if there is clarity required, best way is to refer back to NEP draft document, NEP 2019, and interact with people who have already been practicing these things, because after all, NEP is collection of best practices world over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I now invite Professor M.K. Jayaraj, Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut, to share his views.
Good afternoon.
distinguished delegates, fellow vice chancellors, dear academicians and friends. First of all, I thank Professor Venkateshwaru for inviting us and just to share our views on NEP 2020, especially on multiple entry, multiple exit, and academic bank of credit. I will share some of the experience where some of the policies during the implementation of some of the policies, how we have failed. Maybe this can help us in taking forward in the implementation of NEP 2020. Before going to the multiple entry, multiple exit, let me share my views what should be a university should be. As all of you know, the Human Development Index and Global Innovation Index, which are a measure of developed country, India is far behind. In Human Development Index, the number of researchers per lakh of the population is a measure. And if you look the list, Denmark leads in the list. They have around 600 researchers per lakh of population. And if you look Canada, which has a population 3.9 crore, slightly more than Kerala, they have 400 researchers. A less developed country like Malaysia has 250 researchers per lakh of population. But when coming to India or Kerala, you can see that this number is only just 25 per lakh of population. So if the next 10 years, if you want to double or at least multiply by 10, the resources what we need is enormous. We have to find out this. And looking at the universities in Kerala, though we speak about multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and so on and so forth, none of the universities is not multidisciplinary. In the Calicut, we boast ourselves that one of the biggest university in Kerala, catering 3 lakh students, but it's the biggest affiliating university. And if you look into the campus, the number of students is only just 2,000. And I'm happy that I was able to increase to 2,500. There is no difference in all the universities. The maximum number is around 2,500 in Kerala, including Central University. The exemption may be Cochin University, where they have 8,000. So we have to have a minimum number, critical mass to have research. None of the universities doesn't have an undergraduate program. If you are very strong in research, the cutting edge research naturally trickles down to undergraduate program, and the skilling happens automatically. So this is one of the points which we all have to take into account. The intake has to be at least make 10 times or 5 times in the next 5 years, so that undergraduate program along with postgraduate and research is intensified in the universities. Coming to the multiple entry and multiple exit and academic bank of credit, this is very useful. NEP 2020 has stressed the importance of bringing about flexibility in all spheres of learning. The student has the ability to choose his courses and design his own master's or bachelor's program. But we are keeping a blind eye. Everybody was talking about CBCS system, choice-based credit system, which is implemented in Kerala last 10 years. And we'll ask ourselves how success it is. None of the students has any choice. Choice is only for teachers. We give the subject, and that is the choice that we give to the students. So the CBCS system has failed miserably because there is no choice for the students. Actually, the multiple entry and multidisciplinary is basically the CBCS system. If you had a strong CBCS system, students had a choice to learn different discipline. Somebody was telling that physics student can choose music. In Calicut, we have music department, physics department. None of them has So there is no horizontal mobility. We are trying best, but the academic community is very tight. They don't want to, maybe because of the number of faculties less than 50%. Now we have more than 50, then we hope that there will be a horizontal mobility. And we have a problem. We have seen that multiple exit, there is a program which is we called BWOG program, which is introduced by UGC. It allows the students to have a multiple exit. They can, first year they can go out with a certificate. They can, second year they can go with a diploma. Third year they can go with a degree. In Calicut, we have many BWOG courses and none of them exiting from this. And interestingly, you can see that though this is a vocational course, they are now demanding for MVOC course. And after MVOC, they are asking for PhD program. So what vocation we have taught them? If we have taught correctly, the BVOC course we have taught correctly, they should have exited after first year or exited after second year. If none of them has exited, there is a problem in ourselves. The academic community has to think about it. Another problem is the equivalency. Somebody was asking this problem. I have a problem with BVOC courses. Some of the courses are very good one, food science, ophthalmology, and so on. Now the BVOC course students are asking equivalency so that they can go for a MSc microbiology. So what was the purpose of conducting this BVOC course? So we have failed miserably. And another important problem is somebody asked a question in the morning session about the equivalency and eligibility. This is very severe problem, especially in Kerala. I think this is true for outside the state also. Even the Public Service Commission asks us whether the student has the equivalent qualification. In my opinion, it is the Public Service Commission, they have to decide whether the student has the required ability for that job. It is not the university to say that the student has this equivalency to that course. And it's sometimes you can see that same university running different courses and say that they are equivalent. Morning, I think Professor Vincent was telling that MSc Physics with Nanoscience and MSc Nanoscience, if you complete MSc Nanoscience and appear for an interview, well, if you go for a physics interview, now naturally they will ask whether you have a basic degree in physics. So these are some of the problem, and some of the times it is the court which decide whether you are qualified or not. We have the new generation course like women's studies, folklore, biotechnology, though it has 20 years past, it was a multidisciplinary course. All the zoologists, botanists, they can enter to biotechnologists. Now the biotechnologists are telling that botany, they cannot come in because we have biotechnologists available in the country. And same is the case in nanoscience. And women's studies, you have the women's studies course in all the universities started by the universities, a new course. So all people from multiple disciplinary will coming to that course. But now the course has run for the last 5 years. Now the women's studies say that you are not allowed to enter this program. So these are some of the problems which we face when it comes to eligibility and equivalency. This is a severe problem when it comes to multiple entry and multiple exit. We are talking this at the time where you have a N+1. That is, if you have a three years degree course, you are allowed to continue further 3 more years to complete. Then as a special case, you can take 1 more year. So a degree course can complete 3 years plus 4, 7 years. So these are the rules and regulations which stipulate the running of the university. So if you want to have a multiple entry and multiple exit, all the rules and regulation has to be rewritten I think the Kerala Higher Education Council is doing that, and hope that they will take in all these points into account. So what I'm saying is NEP, the multiple exit entry academic credit bank are very good, but during implementation, take care it is not failed. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. May I now welcome Professor Mahadevan Pillai, Vice Chancellor, Kerala University, to express his views. Sir will be joining online.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Most respected Professor Venkateswarlu, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Kerala, Professor Gurmeet Singh, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, Professor Timogowda sir, Professor Gopalakrishna Joshi, Professor M.K. Jayaraj, Professor Samanda Sasmita, Professor Sushma Jadhav, Professor Abdul Salam, and other distinguished panelists, fellow Honorable Vice Chancellors, professors, and delegates. First of all, I express my sincere thanks to, gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University for inviting us to this wonderful two-day table conference. Government of Kerala has adopted New Education Policy 2020 as an initiative to make education more holistic, integrated, and flexible and transformative. We are looking at education in the context of technology upgradation, innovative skills, and a drive to deliver outcomes from learning as demanded and as required by the society in general and the nation in particular. The broad objective of the policy is to bring out drastic change in education and education more and make education more learner-centric and joyful, enhancing gross enrollment ratio to 50%, promoting interdisciplinarity, and ensuring flexibility in learning are the key highlights. Creating a congenial learning ecosystem and promoting best use of technology are the other unique features. The idea of having flexibility in undergraduate programs is well understood, with anytime entry and exit options, as well as option to break out for work and move out to other universities for continuity. In a 3-year undergraduate program, students are awarded a certificate after they complete year 1 and a diploma after they complete year 2 and a final degree after they complete 3rd year with assessment. And there is also option for multidisciplinary bachelor's degree with a 4th year option. Students are given liberal entry, exit, and rejoining options. There are several issues here. With a nation like India, where higher education is so complex and diversified, we have over 1,000 universities which belongs to different categories like central universities, state universities, deemed to be universities, private universities, specialized universities, and so on. And the same is the case with colleges. Uniform curriculum or syllabus or even program structure does not exist. Here, credit transfer would require better regulations and policy guidelines on how credits are awarded and for what content transacted and assessed. The flexibility should not create dilution in standards. NEP 2020 proposes academic bank of credits, under which credits earned for courses completed in an academic program would be digitized and made available in the depository managed through DigiLocker. The idea is to promote flexibility in learning. ABC is do in the backdrop of academic programs with multiple entry exit options and with the option to complete the academic program in phases. There are several challenges which need to be addressed while considering these reforms. First one, the degree awarding higher education institutes. There is a need for clear guidelines on the higher education institution which would award the degree. For instance, a student might take first 2 semesters in one university, next 2 semesters in another university, and the last 2 semesters in third university. In such a case, which will be the degree awarding higher education institutions based on credits accumulated under academic bank of credit. Second one, there is a need for policy on total number of credits for each academic program with due recognition for core courses, elective courses, industry-embedded courses, and value-based courses. Third one, providing uniform benchmark and standards for courses which need to be part of the academic program. All higher education institutions needs to consider and accept credits earned by students across the institutions for various courses that can be part of the academic degree. However, many of these courses are not uniform in terms of minimum content, course outcomes, skills and competence, and even instructional duration. This would create a situation where students would like to look for shortest and easiest means to acquire credits for courses with minimum content and ease of completion. This imposes a challenge of dilution of standards unless all courses are standardized in tune with the demanding academic benchmarks. Implementing the standardized digital solutions that would enable digitalizing with all security concern address is yet another challenge. A common set of regulations with the standard operating procedures, that is SOP, and a specific role of higher education institutions need to be formulated. Overall, the guidelines on how the combinations needs to work and guidelines for credit transfer have to be well formulated. The flexibility in acquiring an academic degree is a wonderful idea, but the same cannot be at the cost of dilution of standards. An overall guideline on efficient implementation of the system with well-focused regulation in place is essential. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite Professor Gurmut Singh, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Pondicherry, for offering closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I'd heard the views of all our esteemed Vice Chancellor friends, And they have very rightly pointed out the problems which they have been facing if we implement this multi-entry, multi-exit program, and the difficulties they probably are thinking of having during the implementation. Let me tell you that yes, there would be a problem whenever we change from one system to another. If you all remember, in the late 60s and early 70s, when we changed from our conventional higher secondary model to 10+2, and there was a drastic change in the syllabus, drastic change in the kind of teaching we had, and particularly in science departments, there was a major change. And every teacher, we organized a lot of workshops for teachers, school teachers, college teachers, and there we repeatedly brought out that, look, things are not going to be very difficult. Only thing is we need to change our mindset. And school teachers, particularly at that time, they were of the view that no, such a huge changes cannot be brought about in a span of 1 year when you're going to begin this +2. But let me tell you, when we all started, after a fair bit of struggle, I'm telling you, we had to work a lot. We organized seminars, teaching programs, coaching sessions for teachers, and ultimately it took off. We had to start this, because had we not started, we would not have been on par with what was on in the other advanced countries. And if we had to be on the takeoff stage, we had to do it. So therefore we did it. And let me tell you how successfully we did it, how wonderfully we came out of it, and everybody across the globe appreciated the way we switched it on from one system to another. Now, same apprehension I can imagine which our friends are having, particularly when they're talking about their difficulties in starting a particular course, in their difficulties in getting the recognition, difficulties in getting a particular course that somebody has done it halfway through, what way we are going to award credits, difficulties, or I'll say nitty-gritties which we need to work out, is a concern they have all expressed, and I fully agree with them. Yes, these are the concerns to be addressed too. But let me also assure you, what is it that cannot be addressed to? If certain course has not been mentioned in a policy here, it can be
Professor
looked
Singh?
into. If certain credit
Professor
system is
Singh?
not there, I'm going to wind up.
Yeah,
So if certain credits have not been there, it can be worked out. So therefore, all this can be molded into a new education policy, provided we discuss, we meet more often. So all this is adaptable. Change is possible, and we are on a stage right now where we'll be competing with the best in the world. With these words, I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the Vice Chancellor friends who have participated in this session. And I compliment Kerala University Central Vice Chancellor, Mr. Venkateshwar Velu, for doing a wonderful job. With one sentence before I close, that look, everything is achievable. It is within our reach. All that we need to do is to sit down and work it out. Let me tell you, if we do this, then sky is not the limit for us. Sky is not the limit for us. We can even go beyond. Thank you so very much for joining and expressing your views here. I'm very happy to hear everybody's view. We'll certainly be able to implement this. Thank you. God bless all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the understanding. We'd like to move on to the next session. We would like to felicitate our delegates. I invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate our delegates.
Professor Pillai, please share your paper with me, if possible. Professor Pillai, can you hear me?
Professor Sushma, they have some technical glitches which may not allow them to do that.
Yes.
Good to see you anyway.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. May I now invite Professor Mustafa, Dean, School of Education, to propose the vote of thanks.
Yes. Respected Vice Chancellor and all the learned academicians on the dais, off the dais, and who contributed significantly in the online mode also. I will not take more than 1 minute, but I know that personally, our Vice Chancellor will not tolerate any behavioral errors. So, one thing, Thanksgiving is not a exercise of lip, and it is a kind of living. So, to all the luminaries, from the opening remarks to the closing remark, through the experience and expertise of all the experts, academicians here, you have shared the hurdles, the opportunities, and challenges. Definitely, we will take note of that. And for CUK, on behalf of the CUK, see, with the permission of the Vice Chancellor, I do acknowledge all of you that we will take note of all the point and we will work for a learning and living ecosystem from this day onwards. That is our great thanks and gratitude to all of you. Thank you very much. See, thanks once again. Yeah. So
Thank you very much, everyone.
yes, we invite all of you for a lunch. So it is, yeah, offline.
When are you starting the next session, sir?
Professor Venkatesha Varlu.
So we are starting immediately.
Venkatesha Varlu should have used Zomato to provide lunch to all those who have joined online. Just a suggestion in a lighter vein. Thank you.
Organizers, you are starting the next session right now?
Yes, sir. Immediately.
Oh my God.
Yes,
No
sir.
lunch break for us?
It should be there for all of us, no?
I think so.
Dear faculties and delegates, the next session resumes by 2:30. I request you all to assemble by 2:30. Dear delegates online, the session will resume by 2:30. For the kind information of delegates online, the session resumes by 2:30 p.m. after the lunch.
Okay.
Thank you all and thank you for the patience and support.
Okay.